Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And welcome each and all to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for June 1st, 2025. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Cork, and along with each and every one of the participants, as we all have microphones. This is a roundtable meeting, and you're all encouraged to contribute or to create more plasmas, as they say. Well, hopefully we have an exciting program lined up today. It does seem to be getting more exciting as time progresses within being in and around the Keshe Foundation. There are so many different things being, in a way, developed simultaneously, but as we understand, it's all been set. Nothing is by coincidence. And of course, Mr. Keshe explained this Keshe coin or Keshe crypto. I'm not exactly sure of the whole meaning of this, but he was saying maybe we want to sort of move away from the stock of Mark Ray and pick up a few Keshe coins. And of course, this is helping to finance the whole operation. He said he's depending on knowledge seekers and the rest. So we'll cover a couple of things in 592, maybe go back to 591, something about releasing GAN's waters I'd like to share. And then, of course, what he told us, in a way, will play the conclusion of the teaching, which is only about 35 or 40 minutes, but this idea of the mystery of creation, which is being solved, a whole understanding of time and cosmic rays, enlightenment, and this whole process of creation is what we're sharing here. And this is part of the whole job of universal teachers is enlightenment. And this is the job, and apparently Mitra will help carry us through in the future. So there's so much to understand, to share. And of course, we know in the background a time system is being developed. Again, we may not be able to build it ourselves, but we certainly will understand the concept of it, and we certainly will be able to take advantage of offers to use this system that are provided through the Keshe Foundation store or through the Keshe Foundation, or however they're going to do it. It's very difficult to outguess in a way what Mr. Keshe's next position is, or the way he's going to move. He's very flexible, and of course accommodates based on the in a way how things are being absorbed or worked with in and around, and as he said, what was laid out in Beijing, and this contract, in a way, it's almost a template to use with other nations in the future. So there's many, many exciting avenues for individuals as well as nations and groups, I think. So we'll cover that, but before we go any further, as we usually do, we're going to reconfirm our ethos. And as you saw, the Keshe coin, and on the edge of the coin, we see what's imprinted. We are here to serve and not to be served. And perhaps that's why we see a number of people not get so enamored with this knowledge initially, is that they're here to see what they can take from it. And it's not so much about taking, although we have to learn that for ourselves. It's more about giving and nourishing and elevating, and so many other positive attributes. Nothing wrong with taking, of course, either. As Mr. Keshe said, taking is even more important than giving. But again, as he said, and we'll hear this, it's you who are going to write this magnetic field book based on how you understand this technology, not what I tell you to understand about it. So you will write the book on the magnetic gravitational fields, and this is what we're all doing. And this is what's been requested, that you investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. Not that we can't teach, and not that we can't share what we understand or what we think we understand. This is the directive of the Keshe Foundation. And of course, we're creating plasmas when we do that. So before we go any further, let's bring up the Keshe Foundation World Peace Treaty. And I didn't hear Mr. Keshe mention anything about this in China, whether these companies have to sign the World Peace Treaty or sign it with a pen or sign it. Is this part of the exchange of technology, or maybe this will come later? I'm not sure, but we know this is a technology of peace, elevation, and enlightenment. So this is our World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? Very simple document you can find on the Keshe Foundation store. And this is actually the homepage of Keshe.Foundation, as I understand it. And as you can see under here, there's, whoops, why did we do that? Anyway, here's where you'd find the World Peace Treaty. You can print it out. Let's see if we can go back to what we just had. Yes, we can. Hopefully I'm still sharing it. Again, anyone would like to read, in a way, this is part of the what's being introduced on this planet is a new science, a new ethos, and of course a new language. I'll read it. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, with our nation, with our territory, with our council, with our religion, with our city, with our town, with our body, with our soul. Simply put your name and the signature there, date, very self-explanatory. Again, on behalf of the nation, the religion, the territory, the council, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and of course, after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow man and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, as we know, um, the creator shows himself in trillions of faces on this planet and across the universe. So almost everything, in a way, you're interacting with is definitely part of the creator, whether you can see it, whether it's manifested in the physicality or it's in the dimension of energy. It all came out of one single ray. So this is the idea of serving. This is the idea of elevating other souls. And of course, it all starts with finding peace within yourself. And that's what a lot of this teaching, but it's not exclusively about that. Creating the peaceful conditions on this planet is going to take us into the next step of progression. There always seems to be another step, and that's interaction, more and more interaction with the universal community, I think. But of course, it's also finding out more about yourself and your capabilities, as we heard. We're opening up the matter state of the entity to its energies. This is a mystery, and this is all part of the mystery. So we had the 592nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Does anyone want to discuss something about this workshop? As we usually do, I thought we would go to the announcements. This is actually the sort of public plan, and as we know, there's sometimes public what's voiced publicly, and then there's more in the background. And we know, I think everything is subject to change. But at this point, we can go and listen to the announcements, or we can, in a way, sort of go to the AI system. And this is the brief summary of what was delivered in the 592nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, until this AI system gets a soul, it's more or less listening to fairy tales, but we can cover a little bit. Is there anything in 592 that triggered something within you? I know Mr. Keshe goes from A to Z on these workshops, and he brings in so many different aspects and so much different understanding. And of course, this understanding of place, position, possession. And then, of course, each one of those has a dimension of time and physicality, and also has a dimension of time in energy. And apparently, if you can get the two systems to match, you can appear somewhere, or you can start this process of creation. But there's still more to understand. As he said, once we master the cosmic rays, we will master the other four, meaning the time, the place, the position, and the possession. And of course, no one has considered time being malleable or created out of magnetic fields until Mr. Keshe just brought it up just a few weeks ago. So we're all being enlightened, and he says this is our job to enlighten you. And then, of course, it's for you to take what you can understand according to the way you understand it. And this is the beauty of writing your own book, in a way, how it befits you. And we've often heard that about the disclaimer. It's the way this knowledge befits you, not the way I tell you. And I used that example earlier. I bring you to a buffet, and then I tell you, as I said, Mr. Keshe sets out the buffet. There's 100 items on it. Do I tell you what you need and what sauces to put on, or what herbs to add to it, or something like that? No, you take according to the way you want to fix it, not the way I tell you to do it. So I just thought I'd add that in, and that's really what this is about. Not that we can't teach one another, but as Mr. Keshe said, and I like to follow his example, I don't teach anything I haven't done, meaning this is the words from Mr. Keshe. So we can be confident whatever he's teaching, even though it may seem very deep and we've never considered this before, all of these things have been done, and he's completed a number of cycles, at least two, I think. In other words, back to the creator and then starting the journey all over again. So is there anyone who wants to add anything about the 592 before we sort of go with the AI? Okay, I will get Ray to add dollars, Diane says. Okay. I guess it would be the cosmic rays. Again, we're made up of interaction of cosmic rays. It's just a matter of figuring out or maturing to the point where we know how to strengthen or weaken based on what we want to do. But it's only been a few weeks. So, and again, this is one of the reasons I think he's creating this sort of time machine, that you may not be able to reproduce it, but you certainly will be able to use it. And by using it, it ingrains a new, I believe, enlightenment within you that allows you to go to the next position. And again, each one of us are growing and maturing to this knowledge in different speeds and different strength. And you're all exactly, I think, where you're supposed to be. It may not be the end all, but you're on this journey of enlightenment and understanding and reaching the creator, which is actually the soul of the man. Understanding time and its dimension. Well, I had never considered that time is made up of magnetic fields, and we know we can play with magnetic fields. So this is just a huge revelation right there, where we can actually, as he said, the time travels with us and we actually create time. Time doesn't have any sort of dimension in a way to it, but it's very malleable, and I guess every entity can learn how to play with time. And we've often heard of time machines in the science fiction movies, but now we're actually creating a time machine in the background, as I understand it. And feel free to jump in on any of these points. And of course, what he talked about, this planetary evolution, we knew that the planets came out of the sun, the interaction. These are the children, or the solar system in a way, some of the children of the sun. But at one point in time, the sun will bring everything back into itself, perhaps at the supernova point, and the whole of that creation, as it happens in the universe on a regular basis, will be brought back into the sun as it goes critical, I guess, or whatever, to create another position or different energies. But now we're finding out this progression in a way of the planets. It's almost like if it's a production system, where the gaseous or the farther out planets seem to start to get closer in their orbits to the sun, and that interaction creates new life and new energies. Again, all the planets have life on them, but they're in the dimension we can't see them with our amino acid eyes for the most part. But as Mars takes the position of Earth, new entities will be created on Mars. He made a funny comment that Musk doesn't have to go to Mars. He can wait for Mars to come into the position of Earth, as Earth assumes the position of Venus. But that may be in a few million years. But of course, as he said, as we play with time, we can actually extend our half-life in a way to millions or even billions, or to the life of the universe. So these are very, very profound things that are being explained. And perhaps for most of us, this is the first time we've ever heard it explained this way. So this whole progression of the planets is not by coincidence, and it's not an accident. This is the way it was set. But of course, the life Marx creates on this position will be slightly different. At one point, he said we'll see life on both planets. But when it gets to this position, the Earth's rotation, or around the sun will be a little bit weaker. So the life and the intelligence will be a little bit different. Not that they're any less or greater than we are, but it's going to create some other creatures in the universe that may be different from man. So, as he said, the angle of Mars is very similar to the angle of Earth, as we know. The rotation counterclockwise. Mars also rotates or spins counterclockwise. And of course, this Venus is one of the oddballs. It spins clockwise. So we'll see a whole different creation. And perhaps maybe if people are still on this planet in that point in time, they'll go underground. I'm not sure. But apparently there's a lot of life underground. Or, as has been mentioned in other teachings, where we can actually move this planet into another position. I don't know how easy or difficult that would be to do to find the right interactions, but apparently there are civilizations in the universe that specialize in moving planets. I think a lot of civilizations have many different specializations. So if this is one of the most beautiful or the most beautiful place in the matter state, rather than allowing it to go into another position like Venus, because it's getting pulled towards the sun, there's a possibility that this planet could be moved. Or, as he said, we create a different time dimension here. And again, I'm just a novice in this whole understanding. But what we see on Mars is what Earth used to be, and what we see on Jupiter is what Mars used to be. So it's going through a progression or sort of an assembly line or de-assembly line in a way. Everything's getting prepared to create another nursery. But this nursery, as I'm seeing it, will have, in a way, different sort of creatures on it. Maybe similar to man. And I know he said we'll see life on both planets. So as Mars gets a little closer and as we move a little closer to the Venus position, perhaps we'll see different lives on both, or we'll see life on both places, but they may be quite different. As he said, the atmosphere on Mars will allow a very, very tall man, perhaps even creatures like dinosaurs and other things. I know a lot of people think we came from Mars onto this planet, but perhaps not. That's not the exact story. I don't know. But we do see some sort of activities on Mars, but it was just another revelation of time and also the way the planets move, get closer to the sun. And when Mercury gets pulled into the sun, Venus will probably take Mercury's position and will take Earth's position. It won't happen tomorrow. It won't happen next week, but this is the progression in the way the creation works. So there'll be another new nursery moving in with new lives, and I don't know all of the possibilities that can be done. But the solar systems do get around the universe, I guess, on a regular basis. When that star goes supernova or whatever, it pulls in an instant all of its creation back into itself. Anyone want to add something on this? I don't know if it was, I always thought the planets were just created and they sort of stayed. We knew they were getting pulled in closer, but never understood about this revelation that sort of one moves into the position of the next one closer to the mother or closer to the creator, closer to the sun. And as we said, the angle is very similar, and this makes a big difference. The spin is the same, and the time of the day is also pretty much the same. So Mars is getting shaped up in a way to take the position here of Earth. But as I said, that probably won't be for quite a long time. I think he mentioned millions or billions of years. How about emotion, intelligence, and enlightenment? This is what all these teachings, again, to help us understand more about the emotions and the energy, and just thinking that even solar systems have emotions, planets have emotions. I never would have considered that. They just look rather cold and doing the same thing day after day. But galaxies has a certain emotion. And this is what he was trying to say in a way. Birds with birds, lawyers with lawyers, depending on the position you created, your soul will actually find that position where others are like it, and this is where you'll end up. But now, of course, we understand we have an option where while we're still existing here in this physicality, we can actually view our next position. And if you're not comfortable with it, if you're not happy with it, you can come back and change something within the physicality that will allow you perhaps to go into a position where you feel comfortable or something that you would like. And again, this is all about you and your interactions between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. space technology and transmutation. Of course, he did say transmutation is a little bit slow. I know we talked about transmutation for quite some time, and this was going to be the next thing. This is what Christ showed us, the transmutation. Actually walked off the cross, or was carried off the cross, but wasn't dead, but transmuted himself and continued to live on. But now transmutation is a little too slow. He said, as opposed to the magnetic gravitational fields, the way the creator travels. But he did talk about combining this time technology with transmutation. So I don't think transmutation is out completely, but there'll be a combination of this. And of course, all this is for being developed for man's journeys through space. And we played the video before we started, that beautiful balloon, or up, up, and away. But it won't be so much in the matter state as I understand it. It's a little bit foreboding, I think, to travel in the matter state. Way, way too slow. And we're talking about moving instantaneously. So perhaps that group had an inkling of what was to come in the future, where we can fly across the skies of the universe, not so much perhaps in the physical dimension, but instantaneously in this energy or manipulation of time, if we can call it that, or creating the time in the position. And again, I haven't even come close to mastering it. Any thoughts of on the participants' end? And of course, he mentioned about the emergence of a summer energy pack, which they're monitoring right now and to see. And of course, the Cup 1 and Cup 2 that we originally created for the original energy pack that we work with won't be so effective. So depending on how this energy pack, and apparently the summer energy packs are much stronger, but they're monitoring that, and there will be a solution. So fret not. In the past, he said they won't stop with this sort of program. And of course, only the cemeteries will tell the truth. But now we know we have something. And of course, what we can see from the Keshe Foundation, if we go on the social media page, just to bring this up, and we'll go to the announcements. Maybe that's where we should cover this, but there is something there with the COVID report and what was done in 2020, another gift. I think that report was actually dated June 1st, 2020, and of course it's June 1st, 2025 now. Is there some sort of synchronicity, or not a coincidence for sure? But this is what's coming up, and again, this leaves you the last man standing, where you can, in your own home, create a solution to drain an energy pack. And that's all we're doing. We're just draining the energy out of another energy pack by creating something similar but weaker. And therefore, as we know the rules of the plasma, the stronger feeds the weaker. This energy pack actually drains itself, and those residual energies that are left become food for your own body. Again, who would ever thought? But this is part of the whole operation within the universe. He said there won't be any bacteria except in the body of the man, but we will have to deal with energy packs, some so strong that they can even affect the soul of the man. So this is in a way a training ground, and it's also in a way helping us to understand the work of it. But as he said with Cup 1 and 2, it would take man centuries to understand what's going on in these cups. As he said in the last or previous teaching, where it would take thousands of years for man to understand. But we're certainly much more enlightened than we were before the Keshe Foundation. I mean, as he said, we're creating little Da Vinci's out of you. And we know how, in a way, Da Vinci was so far advanced ahead of his time. But again, Da Vinci was looking for the power that powered the structure, but he could never find it because it was in the dimension of plasma. Mr. Keshe comes along and actually explains to us what this center is, what this energy center is all about. So he just sort of off the cuff, we're already past Da Vinci. in a way, maybe not in every area that Da Vinci mastered, but certainly understanding how the center or the soul of the man actually operates the structure. So that's what's coming up on energy packs. It's being monitored, and we will have some sort of solution. Remember the Cup 1 and Cup 2 created as a gift to the Chinese government in a way in January of 2020 won't be that effective. So there'll be some changes, but we're quite used to making cups. And so, as I understand it, these will be made very readily. And of course, many of us have seen a number of results with ourselves and with friends and neighbors when we were actually, again, helping people to sort of be able to drain these little batteries, so to speak, if we can call it that way. Sometimes I guess it's more politically accepted if we call it an energy pack rather than the typical V name that they've been using. Keshe Foundation, financial and operational strategies. Well, as we know, what happened in Beijing a few weeks ago, again, ending the fantasy in a way, or this fakery of the Big Bang Theory, showing materials created like gold and about 29 other materials. And this is what Mr. Keshe plans to do as far as getting the nations to move away from war and killing, to entice them with a much more beautiful, peaceful, and allowing us to travel in the universe. And again, I don't think you have to go anywhere to move. I've always thought that we had to move the physicality. Well, I didn't always think that, but I thought that the soul travels across the universe when you go to sleep. But now we're finding out that the soul just expands or opens that line of communication. And this is the whole process. You can visit anywhere in the universe without even taking one step physically. It's all done within the solid state structure of the brain and the emotions. And again, your intellect and how much you've understood this. But of course, the systems that are being developed, yes, you can do it on your own, but if you're struggling or you've practiced for years and years and haven't achieved much, you can make yourself available for the systems that are being offered or will be offered in the Keshe Foundation store, that these systems actually ingrain within you more and more understanding of how to accomplish this manipulation of the time, place, and positions, physicality, and also in the time, place, position in the energy dimension. And if you get them to match, as he said, you have to look for the 6, and I think he was talking about those 2 triangles upside down and opposed to one another. Those are the 6 points. One, the time of the physicality of the place, position, and possession, and one in the energy dimension of each one of those. And when we can match them, voila, you've done something that most men have not been able to do. And again, this is all about an aspect of immortality, to be able to recreate yourself in other positions or even extend your existence here if you're happy. But he seems to indicate more people are going to be not so enamored with the little village that we're in, but want to travel into the big cities of the universe. And this is what we're, in a way, getting prepared for. Global peace and political challenges. Again, it's not been easy. He said it hasn't fallen out of the sky. But what was shown in Beijing is, in a way, as I said earlier, a template for interacting with other nations in a way. If it's accepted there, it'll be accepted, or other nations will end up sort of taking a backseat in technology within their own nation. And of course, their nationals will continue to use the current structure. So there's a lot going in. And as he said, there's more exhibitions scheduled. Perhaps Berlin, hopefully it will still be there. And Paris is another one because of the energy. And I'm sure the energy breakdown, in other words, the French generate a lot of power, but the system is old. And so I think they'll be showing some power systems as well as creating material. And then probably, so as he said, some systems that have never been seen in public before. And I'm sure he has, if I could say it, a warehouse full of systems that haven't ever been shown before. As he said, we develop a system and then we put it on the shelf and we move on. So he has many, many systems and choices. And depending what's needed, these things will come into the public view. Again, you may not be able to replicate it yourself at this point, but in the future you may, or you may acquire systems through those who are licensed commercially to provide it. And we're seeing a huge growth within the Keshe Foundation store, as he said, with these resin products. In other words, some of these plasmas, cosmic rays embedded within the resin. And of course, you can use them, and there's different ways to do that, and there's more teaching to be done. Mentioned a bit about the fibromyalgia, which apparently the Keshe Foundation is very familiar with and has had quite a bit of success in the past working with fibromyalgia and these other things. And a lot of this has to do with abuse. And as he said, one of the first things he said about this abuse and to communicate to the recipient of that abuse is that it wasn't your fault. You were just a child. You had nothing in a way to do with this. You were abused, and it's not your fault. So when people can balance the emotions that way and realize, because apparently these abusers say it's all your fault. I'm doing this to you because it's your fault, and the rest of these things. Again, I don't know. I haven't experienced that, but apparently it's quite an emotional problem for people. And as he said, when you develop this through the emotions, just brushing your teeth, which I find that hard to understand, would use most of your energy up, and you would be exhausted for the rest of the day. So this is a serious problem, and I know there's quite a bit of reports of abuse within the clergy and within other organizations and within nations as well, as we understand it. So there's a lot probably of fibromyalgia that needs to be corrected, that this condition doesn't repeat as that child grows older and then seems to repeat the same pattern. Anyone else want to add anything else? I know I just did a very, very short summary in a way. And let's just see if we can bring this back and look at our, and I'll just close this if I can. So I thought, as we usually do, Mr. Keshe, after the teaching, and the teaching wasn't that long, but of course it's miles deep, or however you want to look at it, he usually comes up with some announcements, and this is the game plan of where the Keshe Foundation is going this week. And of course, this is all subject to change depending on what governments do and other people do around the Keshe Foundation, as I understand it. And of course, the more readily they accept the technology, the faster we'll see the change. As he said, he could release transmutation technology. It's on the shelf within the Keshe Foundation tomorrow, but the governments are not ready for it. So they're observing, they're seeing what's going on around the Keshe Foundation, and we're allowing them in a way to adjust to this one nation, one planet, one currency with no borders, if you can imagine that. So let's just take a look. If I can bring up the workshop, I do have a lot of these things open here. And let's hear the announcements. We can read through them with the transcript. But anyone have anything they'd like to add or contribute? Remember, this is a roundtable meeting. And again, you can stay on the silent line of communication. The souls are interacting and still creating plasmas. You don't have to even open your mouth. But let's go to the announcements. They're not too long. And perhaps as we go through these announcements, we can sort of flash back when he mentions something about the store or other products or transmutation centers. We can just stop, and sessions, we can just stop and go back and take a look at exactly, because it's taken me quite a while to understand all these different areas of the Keshe Foundation and how they're connected and what they all mean. And it took quite a while to sort of sift through some of these things to understand, but it is the best place to be in and around the Keshe Foundation. This is the pinnacle of knowledge on this planet and probably across the universe, way above what we see with the UFOs. And this is what we understand the UFOs are still in the matter state. And Mr. Keshe is saying, yes, we can work in the matter state as well, but the big magic is to be able to play in this energy dimension in a way the creator plays. And of course, we're made in the image of the creator. So, and our structure is made that way too. So the plasma understanding and this understanding is a beautiful fit for our particular structure that we have on this planet. And it's probably the same with the rest of the creatures, but we haven't fully understood that. So I thought we'd just play this, and any thoughts or comments? And it is a very large buffet. As he said, I can teach you as much as you can absorb. And not everybody absorbs everything all the time. Usually it's a percentage of what's taught, and usually it's based on your understanding. But as I understand it, the more you start to understand, or the more enlightened you become, the more enlightenment you'll reach. So it's sort of a process that builds on a process as you add knowledge and understanding and enlightenment to your own structure of the cosmic rays and the rest of this. And again, this is going to take some time to be able to manipulate these arrays in the way we want to manipulate them, but it will come in the future. We have the capability and we have a universal teacher to explain why. Even some of the leading scientists, when they asked Mr. Keshe in China, and I'm sure if they have 10 working on it, they have 100, they were begging him for the combination of the space fuel. And apparently he didn't release it at that point in time, and he may not release it. So the top sciences of the world, as we know, have become baffled because, of course, they've been taught wrong, as I understand it, with the Big Bang and the rest of the process of creation in the whole educational system. So this is being, in a way, exposed. The book is being opened on that, and that was part of this session in China. And we're still sort of, we didn't see anything about the communication systems, and maybe that will come later. I know he talked about a 3-hour video being released. And of course, what we've seen recently, as Mr. Keshe said, they have started to purchase some of these AI domain names, and please correct me if I'm wrong. He's talking this one at Keshe Cosmic Ray. And this, if you go there, maybe I should let me see if we can just, put this in the chat where you can find, and this channel, of course, will be added to. Let's just add this to the chat. This is what I think some of the knowledge seekers actually had. This is a 90-minute video, and this is what you can see in one of the most prestigious locations in Beijing. Never had an exhibition before, was approved within a very short period of time, because of all the work I think Mr. Keshe has done in and around China. I don't know if you're familiar, though, but Mr. Keshe had received, I think in 2018, and we see that in the creation of the Universal Council, he was awarded the Li Fang Award. And apparently he's one of the only ones, or there may have been another one person who received that wasn't born in China. So again, this Li Fang Award is sort of an award given to somebody who's a total giver. And of course, this is what the soul is. This is what Mr. Keshe exemplifies. But it's called Li Fang, and I guess they give it every year or so many years. But he was awarded this, and as we know, he can seem to go any place, even in the highest security places within that country, because they recognize him as a total giver, an ambassador of peace. So this is where you'll find, this is only the beginning, and this is where AI will actually grab some of its information once someone asks about cosmic rays. And this is Mr. Keshe's intention. It's not, I mean, there's nothing wrong with me teaching my neighbor or teaching 5 other people, but through the AI system, he said we would enlighten or transfer knowledge to millions and millions of people per day or per week. And as it grows, I'm sure it'll go into the billions. And so this is where the AI will come for the cosmic ray knowledge, I think, one of the first places. And then sort of it's just a natural way. And of course, we know there's more additions. The current AI will be obsolete as the new chips come in with, in a way, a brain cell and an emotion. So this is where you can find that original video of the exhibition that was done May 10th to 12th in Beijing. And of course, a replication of this will start to happen in Berlin, Paris, Washington, Moscow, Tokyo, and certainly Africa. Mr. Keshe has a very sweet spot within him. He's worked in Africa for many, many, many years, tried to get some of the governments online, and now we understand that one of the former ambassadors of Sierra Leone will be actually the chief financial officer of the Mark Ray Corporation. So let's go back and hear a little bit more. Feel free to stop it at any time. Okay, what happened here? Did that change its position? I think it did. I don't know how that happened, but well, let's find out. I don't know. Yeah, okay, I think we need somewhere around here. No, he's already started. Okay, this is the end of the advertisements, and he should be coming here. Let's listen to the announcements if we can. If you have questions, feel free to stop it. If you want to add something, feel free to stop it, but just feel free.
Okay, we're back again. I apologize if the sound was not operating correctly there. There's it seemed to be a problem with my sharing of sound. The sound did not show up in my Zoom here. So anyway, we're back again at the 592nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop and ready to begin the second part with Mr. Keshe. And I believe.
And just I know everyone here knows it, but those who may listen to this recording in the future, you're all welcome to join and ask questions of Mr. Keshe after the teaching. So whether you actually speak English, you don't speak English, whether your question is relevant or maybe not so relevant, Mr. Keshe will pass on it, but everyone has an equal opportunity to have their issues or questions addressed. And normally, if he doesn't want to answer, or if it's a medical concern, he'll just pass on the question. But feel free. He's always open, and he usually takes questions and expands them sometimes in a different way than we would think. So let's follow along on our beautiful transcript. We want to thank the creators of the transcript. They used to be such a project to put these transcripts together. So now with the AI and some of these systems, it certainly is being constructed within less than 24 hours. So it's a beautiful system, and it certainly has saved. And we'll see this across, I think, with the AI, some of these menial tasks in a way of putting line breaks together and the rest of these things. And the AI has gotten to in the mid to upper 90s, I think. And there's still a few mistakes, and we're aware of that. But this is the best we have, so we're working with what we have.
If he'll be ready to go. Are you there, Mr. Keshe?
Yes, ready, willing, and able as usual. There is a couple of points as usual we try to discuss in the second part of the break. One is that, as you're aware, we have just returned back from a very successful, what we call, work. And if you have noticed, and if you're aware of the news, the Chinese authorities are reporting the emergence of COVID in Hong Kong and now in the mainland. we always, I always explained in the past when we handled some 5 6 years ago, the African swine flu in China, which happened during the summer. I explained seeing the summer flu, especially in northern hemisphere, is very unusual. And that creates a massive problems in China. The new COVID again is appearing in summer. So it has taken a different action, different strength. And we have to understand this new position and what we call condition.
Okay, and if we go to the X platform, if I can, gosh, we need to bring this up over here. If we go to the X platform where you can sign up for free, I believe, and it doesn't take a lot of time, and it does. If we go under, and make sure I'm sharing this first properly. If we go under the media, let's make sure we're sharing this properly. Right, there's a number of these pictures and so on, and what we see is this one here. And this was the COVID report, again, from June of 2020. Remember, Mr. Keshe gave the gift in January, I think 20th perhaps of 2020 to China. Asked them to use it and to share it, but apparently there was some sort of follow-up here. And I think this is more or less, anyone know how many pages within the treatment report that we have here? I know about half of it was citations of other scientists and so on, but this was developed in conjunction with the Iranian military university. And of course, it was widely used in the plasma water was actually allowed to be marketed in certain shops or something in Iran, and they saved many, many people, even from an ambassador and his son to others. And of course, we used it here. We shared it with other people, and it was quite successful. And it's also could be used on plants as well, not so much for energy pack, but just to, they seem to like it in a way. It helps their growth. But this is where you can find the cover. I know it was for sale at one time on Amazon. I don't know if anyone knows if that's still the case, but the successful application of newly discovered GAN's plasma and GAN's water technology for detection, there was a way to measure, cure, prevention, and environmental disinfection of the COVID family of viruses in trials in Iran in the 2020 pandemic. So we're going to sort of jump off of this into probably a very similar system, but I thought he said that we've never seen the system in public before. And it's something that he uses specifically or has used specifically in the past. Let's see if we can just go back to that workshop if we can and continue listening, because I think he refers to this report.
If this situation carries on and we see expansion of the COVID, as we release KAKT1, KAKT2 in the past, which many of you use, has been successful with a lot of you, a new summer version, KAKT1, KAKT2, will be introduced on a matter of emergency. It has different characteristics, carries a bond which covers the summer strength, because in summer we have a higher strength field than in the winter. The COVID KAKT1, KAKT2 will not be so effective. Once we get to this position and we run our tests, we'll release this knowledge if it becomes pandemic. And through the arm of the Keshe Foundation and Macro Corporation, we release this technology as a technology across the planet. The emergence of a summer flu, and this is strength that we seen a couple of weeks ago. Chinese government reports 30 deaths in Hong Kong and more complications on the mainland. If it expands, as we did with COVID in 2020, we released the emergency KAKT1, KAKT2. we will release KAKT summer virus. It will tries to avert and to bring back under control the condition of virus. You have to understand we are a space technology, and as always said, in the space we don't have microbes and bacteria. Only it will be existing in the body of the man, but outside interaction will create viruses for the body of the man. What this means, it means in space we'll see man will have infections, we'll see man will have bacteria according to his own amino acid. But as we don't see operation of the atmosphere carrying amino acid entities, most of our problems in space will be virus or energy pack related. And in a way, if we extend this to a new understanding dimension, we'll introduce a new, what we call, process for control of viruses. This process I developed over 20 years ago. It's not something new, but as I said, we have many, many developments that is shelved, and when it's needed, will be applied. This is something you never knew. This technology or this process has never been known by knowledge seekers. We never unraveled it, we never showed it, but is extensively used in the past by me for specific conditions. So when we introduce this, if the corona expands, is to match the summer strength of the corona. And this will be done through a rapid expansion through the Chinese operation of the Keshe Foundation and through the systems we have set up with the officials in the country. So this time they're not going to use our technology behind us. We directly get involved in delivering technology directly in public to the way we operated with the Iran Defense University during the corona. In a way, what I'm trying to tell you, don't worry, if you fix up, we have already everything ready for it. It won't take you knowledge seekers much to do the way as you did with a KAKT1, KAKT2. Is more or less the same process with a small diversion and variation. And we see that this virus corona will affect different calciums in different layers of the body, not the same what we saw with the brains and with the lung. The process of the work of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, and that's one of the reasons I'm bringing this up at this point, is not to get you worried or afraid of what's to come, but realize already there's a solution on the table. As Mr. Keshe said, the system that they'll be showing to handle this condition or to balance this condition in a way is something that he's used personally, but knowledge seekers have never been aware of, but's been on the, again, on the shelf in the Keshe Foundation for over 20 years. And it's very simple to make, usually, and it's very simple to apply. He said there'd be just some small change within this. It does sound like it would be a twinity system. Remember, we were using the KAKT2 on the red sort of muscles and the KAKT1 on the entire body, I believe it was. So there'll probably be a little bit different protocol in making it, but we're all capable of doing it. It can be made for pennies, and the side effect in a way is you can feed yourself with these depleted energy packs in so many ways. So not to be worried, it's being monitored, and hopefully this time we will see, as he said, the Chinese government actually promoting the solution for this problem. I think there was a lot of controversy back in 2020, and certain people in the CPC or other areas actually wanted to see a depopulation of their population. And this seems to be a club of certain international political people in a way, and other, let's say, half-baked scientists who are going for some sort of depopulation agenda. And so we have a solution, very simple to do. And you can help yourself, which is the whole idea of this technology, and also to help others if they're willing to apply it. Otherwise, they can go to the other product that was deemed safe and effective, and now we're finding out there was actually some peculiarities within that offering by the different governments around the world, and we're seeing some of the results of that today. Okay, let's go back. Any thoughts or questions? So you already have an insurance package being prepared for you if the conditions arise to the level of pandemic. And to realize that the Cup 1 and Cup 2 of the 2020 period won't be that effective in this and what they're monitoring. Okay.
We will release in a very short time a large number of products, which again goes on the back of what it comes through our operations with our partners and licensees of the Keshe Foundation.
Okay, let's just go to the Keshe Foundation store. I think all of you have been there. You know what it is. But for those who are just perhaps seeing a video like this for the first time, you can see this is the Keshe Foundation store. We have a transmutation. You can fly with the captain. And again, cosmic ray materials are offered. There's a cosmic ray mystery box. There's Twinity magrevs. And there's a huge line of Twinity products, let's say, for different sort of conditions of menopause or other things that the man may experience. There's an entire line of soaps. And we see some of these resin products. Here we have the coasters. I'll just click on that for a moment, and maybe we can enlarge that. This is part of these resin products with plasmas and cosmic rays embedded within them. So as he said, this store and the line of the cosmic or the resin materials will be expanded in the coming time. As he said, this store probably has maybe 200 products in it, give or take. But in the future, this store will go to 30,000 different products. Some, I think, will be part of what was commercialized internationally, and they'll be brought into the store where you can purchase them. But also remember, he's inviting all artisans to come under the license of the Keshe Foundation. Maybe you're making coasters now, or maybe you're making mobiles. And write to info@Keshe Foundation. Whatever you're doing, pottery, making brushes, it can be anything, because this technology is going to touch every area of our lives. He's not saying that your product or what you want to do will be immediately accepted, but I think the licensing, you can sort of line all that up. And if you are called upon to make the products, you get rid of your inventory and start making it the correct way. As he said, the knowledge seekers haven't understood. This is another product called soap dishes, which actually energize the soap that is being sold in the Keshe Foundation store. Not that it isn't already energized. It has its own material with it. You carry some of the material as you use it. I think that's one of the products I'll be ordering, is the soaps in the coming time, because apparently I lost my supplier of soaps. They can't ship out of their particular country at this moment in time. Maybe that has changed, and if it has, I'll have to contact that person again. So again, the store is expanding, and as he said, there'll be 30,000 products. I think it'll go from cosmetics to pet food to almost anything you can think of, lip balm, and the rest of these things, which will have an aspect of plasma technology within it, which again, these are all what he calls alien technology or advanced space technology. And they work in a way that we're not really familiar with, this interaction of fields or balancing the emotions within the structure of the man. Here's some of the soap bars. And even that, they're mixing different lots of soaps, and you can connect to other people. Again, some of these products are just beyond the imagination of the man at this point. Anyone want to make a comment about Keshe store or products, or if you've tried anything within the store? But this is where you will, again, you may not be able to reproduce the soaps, as he said, they provide the GANs to the soap maker and the rest. So they're providing the secret ingredient in a way. It's not a secret, but the way it's made is certainly different than the way the knowledge seekers make it. And then the soaps are produced that way. So as an artisan, you can come under the license of the Keshe Foundation. I know he's mentioned this in the past. There's a couple hundred companies or maybe a few thousand people involved that are sort of running rogue in a way, and he doesn't want to put you out of business. He's just trying to bring you under the banner of the Keshe Foundation licensing, and of course your product sales will increase and the products will be made the right way. Again, painters, whatever you can think of. I think the plasma technology can be used in conjunction with it. Even something as simple as perhaps a toothbrush. Okay, let's go back to our announcements if we can.
We bring this under control directly through the market corporation structure. Many of you have written to me, I have shares here and there. Speak to your agents and ask them for authorization. Get your certificates through, because as we've seen, there's activities has started in the market, stock market. Used to be 005, now is around 11, 12, and it's going to build up, as many of you are trying to get.
Okay, so he's talking about Mark Ray Corporation, and let's see if we can find the Mark Ray Corporation. Yes, we can, and let's just put this in the chat as well. And you'll have a good idea, and there's so much research you can do right within the Mark Ray Corporation. And we did put in the new channel. I think we should put in, if I can get back to the Keshe Foundation store, let's just see if we can copy this and put this into the chat as well. And again, everyone here, I think, is more than familiar with the Mark Ray Corporation up to this point. You're familiar with the store, but this is for others, or you can share links with other people to open a new dimension for them in so many ways through these products. Any thoughts or comments anyone wants to make? I know we all wanted to have the knowledge of making things the way, or reproducing things the way it's done in creation, or the way Mr. Keshe is doing it. But apparently, if he wanted you to know exactly how to do it, like the Cup 1 and Cup 2 of 2020, he would tell you. And he did tell us at that time. He said, set it exactly the way I said it. So he gave you step-by-step instructional video, and I'm sure we'll have another instructional video, or we can play off the original video and just make the additional changes that are needed. He said there's a slight deviation. Plus, he said it's a technology that we haven't been taught as knowledge seekers. So rest at ease for you and your family that everything is being looked at, is being monitored, and we know how successful it was. And this time, I think China will actually promote it, perhaps, maybe even export it. Who knows? But I think there'll be much more available to share with other nations and other people, and not, in a way, try to understand it and keep it for themselves as some sort of secret technology. We see what happens to people that sort of think they have an aspect of the Keshe technology, and they go out on their own, and usually they just sort of languish in what their understanding is, and they don't grow too much past that for some reason.
To this structure, we are not releasing any more shares into the market. So what is there is there. You decide the position and the condition of it. And make sure, if you have bought a share, you have the certificates from the agents as your operators to issue you the papers that you have, as we collaborate directly into that position.
Okay, so Mark Ray Corporation, you can see all the different applications. It's not finished. The Keshe coin is here. This is what Mr. Keshe is, in a way, asking to stock up on Keshe coins. I know they're €1,000 plus value added tax, but they could become very pricey in the future. And again, he said he didn't just create the coin for here. This is something that can be used as a universal currency, not on this planet alone, but across the universe. So there's a lot to find out. And what he's talking about with these certificates, Mark Ray is offered as a equity. You can take a position in it. It's on the
Mark,
pet. Yes, yes.
the coin, cash coin, is it something tangible or is it a concept? Because if we're to use it in universe, how is it possible if it has tangibility to it?
Well, if you're traveling in the matter state, I guess you could have a cash coin, but he seems to be saying this is a more sort of plasmatic, in a way, coin. Even though they keep a record of it, it's registered, you're the owner of it. It has a 3% appreciation per year, if that's important, but I think it's for a bigger work in a way. And I don't know how that's going to work out. I thought it was going to be mined. We do see a coin in the advertisement. And actually, he said at one point in time, if you had this sort of coin in your pocket, you would be, in a way, trusted by other nations, or even going through the airport. You would show the cash coin and you would go right through the security checks. Again, I don't know, but maybe it's not going to be a hard physical coin at this point. Anyone else? And how you would exchange it across the universe? Again, are you in matter state or are you in the energy dimension? Anyone want to explain how that would be done? We do have a video that I could share, and that was the, let's see if we can just find this. No, no. It's amazing sometimes how these, there it is. Okay, I set up the, let's make sure we're seeing this. It's only 7 minutes, I think, 7 minutes or less. I set up the cash coin as a universal currency. Let's see if we can just play this a bit. Again, there's a lot of mystery behind these things, and it's taken a long time to set up. And I know there's a bank in Europe that has approved, and most of this is going to be used internally within the Keshe Foundation structure at this point. Maybe others in the future or in the universe will accept this cash coin. There may be some additions or other things that we haven't been told, but let's just listen to this for 7 minutes and then we'll get back to our program.
Mr. Keshe, when you say no need for the dollar, what do you mean by that? No need for
because dollar is going to collapse. There's no doubt dollar will be about 20 to 50 cents sometime in the future.
So how do we exchange? Do we barter? How are we going to do business?
I explain the basis of the work of the Keshe Foundation in the conference, and I explained that to one of the leading press people in China after the exhibition. We are moving in a position that by building the Keshe Foundation coin business in a very special way, through transfer of the what we call energy and technology, we can get you whatever you want on Mars, on Moon, and planet Zeus. For the man who's interested in exchanging energy for food or energy for money, we provided that facility. So you buy cash coins, and anywhere in the universe, you can exchange it. Dollar, it belongs to the earth. Euro belongs to the earth. I set up the cash coin as a universal currency, if in the future you understand. And
And again, this universal or getting what you need on Mars is something maybe we'll understand in the near future, or it may be in the distant future. Remember, he's setting things up for sometimes much more distant. As he said, we're going to change the field of Mars before it gets into this position of Earth, whether it's millions of years or a billion years, so that Mars and the inhabitants that's created on Mars doesn't have to go through what humanity has gone through, the killing and the rest of it. So you could see a lot of these concepts could be a little bit extended, but we'll be able to use the Keshe coin here. And of course, I don't know. Anyone want to say any more about this coin and exchanging it on Mars? We haven't really gotten there yet, but I guess if we understand the technology or use the technology, you could be there in just a few seconds. But who would be there to use the or accept the Keshe coin? Anyone? Okay, we go back.
Very soon, a big part of the shares of the market corporation will be given to the governments who sign for peace. Because that is the exchange for peace. And that peace comes with technology, with no war. And that comes with everything else. The Keshe coin is not set for cryptocurrency. The Keshe coin is set for world universal currency. If you look at the structure of it, we are going that way. The people in the Keshe Foundation who are here amongst you know exactly what the plan is. And I had one of the leading communication people for dinner on.
Okay, as he said, there's some people within the Keshe Foundation that know exactly what the plan is, but one of those is not me. So again, I would just be speculating.
Sunday night from Chinese military. And I explained to him, he said, why do you need me for communication? I said, I need you to come up with a system that allows Keshe coins to become universally used anywhere in the universe for the man who's attached to money. We are working that far ahead.
So if you're attached to money, he wants it to be used universally. Does that mean you'll be traveling in the matter state and you're still attached to money and you arrive on a planet and you need a hotel room or something? You can pay for it with the Keshe coin? Is this what he's talking about? To those who are attached to money. Of course, if you're traveling in the energy dimension in the universe, you won't have any pockets. I don't think the creator travels with any sort of American Express card and the rest of this. Yes.
There's other existence in everywhere, every part of the universe. So in that sense, there's still some kind of inertia or some kind of physicality, but it might not be what we have here. Now, when everybody is unified and you are a universal traveler with some kind of Keshe coin, it's much more valuable wherever stops you are. So it could be well known in the universe that, okay, this is a gold currency. So wherever you stop, it might not be what we are used to here, but the value is still considered. So I think that might be the way to go.
Or it could be in the energy dimension of cosmic rays, and that may be valuable to certain people. As he said, somebody asked Mr. Keshe a question one time, and he said, when are we going to get to the point where we don't need money anymore on this planet? And he said, when we get the greed out of the man, then there'll be no need for money. But that may be a bit in the future, let's say.
As I've said, now that everything is getting solidified with China and agreements has been signed and everything is on the move, in the next couple of years, we'll pay those who work with us Option 2, option local currency, option cash coin. And as internal, it will be done. And we set up to do it. And so when you shop in Keshe Foundation for energy, not the animal, you don't need that much coin. You don't need to pay that much. When you deal in Keshe Foundation for medicine, which is again energy transfer, and you don't go for operation and everything else and all the crookedness with whatever, you don't need that much coin. And then the coins are connected to emotion. The structure of the system is that way. You never go hungry, you never be lazy, and you never need to pay.
Anyone want to take interpretation of that? It's connected to emotion and you never need to pay? And you need very little of it if you do pay? So there's a bit of a mystery here, and of course Mr. Keshe likes to present these sort of puzzles and things to ponder about, but apparently people in and around the inner circles of the Keshe Foundation know exactly what is planned. And probably perhaps some authorities do as well, as this has to be and was accepted in Europe through a banking channel, and this coin is accepted as an internal currency within the Keshe Foundation. Any comments?
And then you see gradually we factor out the value of labor to the value of the emotion and trust and universal energy. Just takes time, and everything is already is built, and it's just slowly by slowly coming into operation. The agreement signed with Mafia Corporation in the conference, which many knowledge seekers were present, because I asked the Chinese, if you tell me not to sign this agreement with the group sitting here, I will not do it. I said, it's your nation, it's your decision, and if you allow me, I'll sign the contract. They all said yes. We signed the nation to the nation.
Oh, okay. I included this video in this video. So it's the Keshe coin. And I was wondering, how did this come up? We just played this in the introduction, but I forgot we entered this into the video. So as he talked about, again, it's a bit of a mystery to me, but at one point I do understand, if you're working for the Keshe Foundation or any of their auxiliary entities, or even perhaps as someone who's licensed, you'll be offered either a regular currency or the Keshe Foundation coin as the compensation. Anyone want to explain to us their different take perhaps on this? So we'll still be working with currency, I think, for probably some time in the future. As he said, when we get the greed out of the man, there'll be no need for money, at least on this planet, or probably anywhere in the universe. All right, we've looked at that. Let's go back.
In the coming time, we will announce the purpose of the Keshe Foundation taking over all the shares of Markray. It's an international structure for us, which brings us to the position we promised, world peace through technology. We will use our shares to bring balance and change the course of the political, what we call scientific position. You will understand when it comes to it. It'll be a few weeks, some months away. And at the same time, we introduce a new structure of international finance without dependence on currencies. which again brings back to our cash coin. Those of you who bought cash coin, try to strengthen your cash coin deposit because you will understand the purpose of it. Try to increase your holding on this because you will understand very soon how we connect everything together, and it will be fantastic to see the process of the creation of peace through technology. You got to understand, we work as Keshe Foundation. We have developed different arms of the Keshe Foundation: Universal Council, Earth Council, the cash coins, and the operation through our financial arm, the operation of the Keshe Foundation Research Development, the establishment of world peace, the what we call transmutation and transportation and the teaching which lead to this point. We are preparing everything for colonization, for to take man across on the moon, on Mars, and everywhere else. We do not pay wages to our astronauts while they're in space. We look after them. This will be the same situation from those who leave this planet and go to Mars and to Moon and the other planetary system. The children of man have to be protected by man, and man has to plan for that time now, not when it comes to it in the rush. Then this is part of that plan. Invest heavily if you have into cash coins. We'll explain the reason for it, and you will understand heavily why. It'll change the course, and many of you, same as many of you took bought shares in Market, make sure you set in the correct position, comfortable position, because it's you who support the change. It's you who sets the scene for the change. We have put no limitation on cash coins. Try to acquire as much as you can and hold on to it. Do not spend it, as some of you do, because it's time to reserve. And then you understand how you will see the wise move in that position when we release the totality and connection between all arms of the Keshe Foundation together. We go, if you have any questions to ask, try to answer you. By the way, before I forget, there will be an expansion in the resin section of the Keshe Foundation, massive amount of resin products and cosmetic materials will be released by Keshe Foundation. Keshe Foundation, the manufacturing arm, has managed and reached the position of Keshe Foundation products as alternative materials to be able to be bought in chemists and pharmacists around Austria and Germany. You can go to your pharmacy and ask for materials, which is now going through and has already been delivered to some chemists and pharmacists. We have reached that level of certification, and you can buy materials directly from your pharmacy, or you can ask the pharmacy, and if they say where they don't know, to put them in touch with the Keshe Foundation manufacturing arm, and everything is done. You will soon will see a full products on the pharmacy list as alternative energy systems, which is now approved and is in the Austrian chemists and pharmacists, and by European law, once one nation passes through, the other nations, if you ask your pharmacists in Portugal, in France, or anywhere else to stock up, and if you are doctors, you ask them to stock up and you order it for your patients to take, now it can be done. Now that it's been authorized and now is in the what we call in the market as alternative material for wellness.
And again, I don't he mentioned materials for energy systems. I'm not sure exactly, but I'm sure we'll be hearing shortly as it's available now or coming to be available in Europe. And as he said, once it's obviously European Union certified, so once one nation adopts it, they can all adopt it. Anyone thinking about what this material may be? Made by the Keshe Foundation directly and provided to these. So that, or maybe again, somebody like Phillips could be making it, or one of these other. I can't see Mr. Keshe and the team in the lab making gallons and gallons of Ganses to provide pharmacies to. Maybe one of the larger pharmaceutical companies has decided to work with the Keshe Foundation. I'm not sure. Remember in the past, he said that the pharmacies or the pharmaceuticals were very aware of what was going on in the Keshe Foundation. And he said they would call them plasmaceuticals. This was discussed years and years ago. So perhaps this is, will we see some plasmaceuticals, or will this be directly from the Keshe Foundation? I just can't see the team, but maybe there's another contracted company or something that would deal exclusively with making materials the correct way for the pharmaceutical chains. Some of these chains, like in the United States, have hundreds and hundreds of stores. Multiple chains have hundreds of stores. Some of them are slimming down, but this would be a major task just to keep, of course, initially there won't be a huge demand until more and more people become aware of it. And maybe we need a certification for the United States, but that will come in line as well. Anyone about materials? Okay, since we're close to creating the Dome of Peace, let's check in with Alex. And are you still baking the cake, or are you frosting it now, or sprinkling the coconut on it? Where are you? There is something else we could take a look at for maybe about 4 or 5 minutes before the Dome of Peace. And then, of course, we could continue afterwards. But Alex, just checking in.
Yeah, please carry on. I'm just trying to sort out the sprinkles.
Okay.
Don't know if they
Remember the
should.
chopped nuts, okay? You know I like those, right?
Well, I don't know if we should do the red ones last or. Thanks, Mark.
Okay, yeah. All right, so what we're going to do is just hear, in a way, the conclusion of the teaching for maybe 5 or 6 minutes. And again, he's speaking directly to you and your understanding about yourself. Not what I tell you, the way you're supposed to and know the rest of this stuff, because I don't even fully understand it myself. But I can certainly share my understanding, and this is what Mr. Keshe has always been saying to us. You share what you think you understand. And of course, we've heard what he said after that. When we bring the knowledge seekers into the labs of the Keshe Foundation, for some peculiar reason, all of a sudden they find out what they thought they understood. They didn't actually really understand it. And maybe that's why some of us share or shy away from some of this lab work. But of course, we're the lab now. As he said, it's the structure, and it's all set up beautifully to work with this plasma technology. So I'm just trying to zero in our position here. And I think he just speaks. So what I'd like to do, let's see if we can just reverse the, whoops. What I'd like to do is just to move the workshop over to the other screen, and then we'll go to the position of about 4057. And let's hear the, in a way, the conclusion. Let's see, how far does this workshop go? 48, 49 minutes. So it's going to be about a 9-minute. But remember, I think he's speaking directly to you and your understanding about yourself in this mystery of creation for you to understand more. And this gives you that confidence of being that last man standing, where, as he said, we don't need any gurus here on this planet or across the universe. And apparently there will be some who will try and co-opt you in a way. And I don't know how all that works, but let's see if we can catch up to what's being explained here. I'm not sure where we're going to start, but somewhere
Wait here, get yourself into space.
Okay.
Mars will arrive and life will be on it.
He's talking to Musk, yeah. Let's see, did I bring it to the right point?
This is the truth about understanding the process of the what we call cosmic rays, cosmology of life, rays of cosmos, which creates life. I explained to a knowledge seeker, coincidentally, accidentally, but by the will of God, or whatever you call it, cosmic rays is the creation of mark of the creation. And coincidentally, the financial arm of the Keshe Foundation is mark ray. We mark that ray which creates the life in the universe.
And remember, he bought an existing company, and that was called, I think, Mark Ray. So it's not that he created that name. He apparently it was a perfect match, as he said, for the work of the Keshe Foundation. So that company must have been waiting in a way for someone to pick it up. And he said this is an excellent fit with our technology. As he said, we mark rays to do certain functions in a way. An understanding of this cosmic ray. And of course, Mark Ray, as he's saying, is the home of cosmic ray technology. But it takes quite a deep understanding.
Understanding of
I said that.
Life is not coincidental. It needs the maturity. It needs the intelligence. It needs the enlightenment to understand. Man can be enlightened and live in another dimension, as is the dimension of energy, while man lives, matures as a man on this planet in the dimension of physicality. I'm made man in the image of myself. I exist within me, within the center of the creation, and I enlighten. And in the dimension of physicality, the furthest point from me, I create man to confirm my existence. Soul of the man is the connection in the dimension of energy, where the physicality of the man is a confirmation of manifestation of its existence.
So that's beautiful that you can live in the physicality while you're becoming enlightened or elevating the energy dimension. So this is what he's saying. We have these two dimensions, and now you don't have to wait to get to your next position to correct whatever needs to be corrected. You can do it and experience it here while you're in the dimension of physicality and mature or elevate the energy dimension. But again, it's up for you. It's up to you to apply it and understand it, investigate it, and work with it.
One day, today's teaching will change the course of history of the knowledge when the man understands the process of creation. We don't live by time. Our life creates the time. We don't travel the time. Time travels with us because we are creator of it. Once man understands the importance and connection between the time on the energy side and the time on the matter state energy, man will break through one of the biggest discoveries of science and knowledge of the universe and creation.
So again, we have these two triangles. He talks about the 6 points. We need to understand the dimension of time and physicality, and also the dimension of time and energy. When these two match, apparently the creation starts to take place. Anyone want to expound on that? I know it's quite a deep subject, and we're just being introduced to this in just the recent period. So we're all trying to ponder and consider and apply it in a way. But as I said, there'll be time systems developed within the Keshe Foundation. You can practice and do it as much as you'd like, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think these systems will allow you to, in a way, leapfrog over your current understanding, or an enlightenment will be brought to you that you'll be able to work with this much deeper than we can, let's say, do today, even though we are working with it, as we know, when we take a nap or we take a rest and we go to sleep, these things sort of happen to us. But now we want to control it in a fully conscious manner state and create that. As he said, time travels with us.
When those two times come together, lead to creation and connection to the Creator. But it needs the intelligence of the man to understand, appreciate, analyze, and comprehend the difference between the two times. To match the time of the energy and to match the time of the physicality together to be the same, leads to the creation of the man with the soul of the man within it, with restriction on its totality. The soul of the man is confined within the structure of the physicality of the brain of the man. And then the soul of the physicality of the man and the soul of the man are constrained with the dimension of the atmospheric gravitational field of this planet. Man needs to break through to understand more. Independent investigation of the man's own field of strength is the responsibility of every man to understand where the soul will be and where and what intellectual line sits in understanding the what we call enlightenment level.
As I said, these systems that are being offered or in the transmutation sessions, this is what's happening. There's a small amount of enlightenment added, but it's for you to understand it. That way you have the confidence. You don't have to go back and ask the professor every time. You gain that confidence of understanding who you are in the universe. And this is the whole process here, where he said the soul of the man, through the many of the quote-unquote religions, were actually aimed at keeping man from finding this power center or this soul. Especially in the Western world, perhaps the Eastern world is a little bit closer to it.
Birds fly with birds, and cats with cats. Doctors go together and the lawyers together because they have that level of intelligence which matches. They've been trained for that. So shall be the soul of the man when reaches that enlightenment, has a position which the other souls of the same enlightenment possess in a given position and dimension in the universe. If you understand this, then it comes to the next point of understanding, that even the galaxies are created out of the enlightenment, and those who are enlightened of the same strength, magnetic field strength and understanding, will find their position in that universe. In a way, if you're a doctor, you go where the doctors are in the hospital, and if they're a lawyer, you go to court where all the lawyers are. So when the man knowledge increases and understands more and reaches more mature enlightenment, you will find that each galaxy is characterized by the field strength of that structure of the souls which are enlightened to be, and in that position that lead to manifestation of new stars. This is why the galaxies are so crowded, because there are so many enlightenments by the creatures, by created life across this universe, find their position. Then, if man one day can reach the dimension of intelligence to be able to measure the field strength of the enlightenment, you can directly point out to which galaxy that soul will manifest itself in. and even its position and the place. These are the mysteries of the creation. And as a teacher, it's our job to enlighten you that when you go across different galaxies, across different universes, understand the intelligence of, the reason of, the purpose of existence of that galaxy, universe, in the unicos. I hope today I open your eyes to a new dimension of knowledge. This is our job to enlighten you. As I said, I take you to the point of the heaven. Mitra's daughter's job to take you through the heaven. But man has to be prepared, dressed, and be ready to take that position, that is ready to understand the connection between the time of energy and the time of physicality. That interaction on its own brings a new dimension that the man is not aware of. And it leads to the time of creation. The origin of the gravitational magnetic fields, the origin of the magnetic fields.
And this is the important part that I had mentioned earlier. It's you who are going to write this book.
As I said, one of the books will be about magnetic fields. And from now on, you understand that that book is written by you understanding it and by us explaining it. And in the future, that book will be written by the man himself and the creatures of the universe. Just remember, the matching time between the Earth and the Mars and the angle of inclination is not coincidental. It's our wish and our will, and it's the process of the creation, and shall be observed across the universe.
So he said the man has to be dressed, the man has to be prepared for it. Don't we see a similarity as far as what's going on with Mars? It's being prepared, it's being, in a way, conditioned to take its next position in creation of life. So it looks like we're also going through the same sort of conditioning or preparation in a way. And it's you who will write that next book on magnetic fields. All right, any thoughts or questions or comments? And again, I think we're getting a lot of help in a way. We're being gifted to this understanding if we take advantage of some of the systems that are being prepared for man to reach this enlightenment. Again, you don't need the store, as he said numerous times, but if you're not able to achieve what you think you should be achieving, then you may want to try one of the products or systems that are being offered. Perhaps even some of the ones in the UFOs may try these systems in the future. As he said, they're entirely matter-state reactors and the physical craft, and they're in physicality as well, but we think they're in a position, a very enlightened position. But as we've said and we've heard, if they understood the way the Creator travels, they wouldn't be in the UFO. So they have some knowledge to gain as well. Anyone else? Okay. And a beautiful teaching, as we said, these mysteries of the planets and their procession towards the sun. It's just not coincidental. It's all planned, and the universe apparently is set this way to do. So if you can go back and start reviewing some of these teachings, I know he's given us so much things to ponder in the, I guess, through all of these workshops. It's all, in a way, looking at things the way we've never seemed to be able to look at it, outside of the matter state, in a way. We've all been consumed and heavily weighted on the matter state side. So creating the Dome of Peace is one of the ways that we can actually understand more about our dimension of physicality and the dimension of energy. I thought perhaps I wanted to read from I think it's the 591. I think I had it marked here. Let's make sure we're just sharing this beautiful transcript. And again, whenever you interact with the workshop, whenever you interact with the transcript, the books of the person that created those, you're interacting with the soul of that person who created this workshop or created that paper. We know there's going to be a paper released on cosmic rays and the rest. But what he said here, and this is the first step of the Dome of Peace, is releasing the Gans waters. Let me see. Here again, the whole purpose of the Keshe Foundation is not to develop technologies. The whole purpose of the Keshe Foundation was understood by a very old woman in Shenzhen. When I saw it, that's what she understood. She knew what she was doing and what she said about it. If you remember years ago, the Chinese in Shenzhen used to throw buckets of Gans every Sunday or every day in the rivers or the ocean. The purpose of the teaching and the way we're going about it is to change or to bring about for man to develop, to understand, and to nourish the system, meaning this planet in a way. That what has been shortfallen by the structure of this planet to be fulfilled. Remember, as we were created on this planet, we were left 20% short. In other words, the environment didn't fulfill the needs of the soul of the man, which forced the physicality, as I understand it, to do some very funny things because of the shortness of energy. So this Chinese lady understood about releasing the Gans waters. As we know, it's little suns providing energy and providing balance. And so what has been short, we can actually nourish the system. And as he said, that's what's been shortfallen by the structure of this planet to be fulfilled. That's all it is, which means whatever we could not get from the earth, that it brought us to kill, to destroy, is the responsibility of us to understand the cause of it, the reason of it, and with the technology developed to satisfy it. That man does not kill. It doesn't come in by selling gold or by selling technology. The Enlightenment brings the man's soul education to a level that will not repeat this teaching the physicality for the soul to be educated. For the time when the soul finds a position, will not do the same. So the first step, as we say, is the creation of the Dome of Peace. Let me make sure we have it here. Yes, is the release of the Gans waters. We thank Stefania and we thank Shweta as well for bringing this. But again, we're just releasing Gans waters. You can release it any way you want. Collectively, we're doing it on Sunday. Also, the Brazilian team has a number of opportunities for you to join them on Sunday collectively. Again, this is not a meeting where we meet and we all go out and spray the Gans. We just know what to do at certain times. Noon, I think it's 6 p.m. or noon and 6 p.m. as I understand it. And then, of course, you can join the Brazilians for the work on the soul level at the energy dimension as well on Wednesdays. This is a formal meeting, and you can actually go to the KesheBrazil.com or one of these other ones you see here and connect with the Brazilian group as they've been carrying out these intentions daily. And of course, the intention on Wednesday is I think all the intentions are for the elevation of the world leaders, religious leaders, scientists, the planet, and anyone else you'd like to include in that process for elevation. Again, when we nourish others, we become nourished ourselves. It has a way of doing that. So I just thought we'd share those. Hopefully you've seen them. Let me go back to the presentation. So let's hear from Stefania.
I don't know if anyone wants to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer? with a
will
nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This is from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
Okay, again, something for the physical dimension to do, to release GANS waters. It knows where to go. It knows how to bring balance. As he said, it has this characteristic of intelligence within it. And as he jokingly once said, this is the way you take over a planet. But I think it's laying down some sort of, in a way, grid network and helping the soul of this planet to elevate in a way, and all its inhabitants as well. So that's the first step of creating this dome of peace. And now we'll move to the second step of creating the dome of peace, where we start to work with this energy dimension. Remember, we're opening up the mystery of the matter state of the entity to its energies. Well, this is the second step where we use the power of the souls collectively. And of course, we're stronger collectively. That's why he's saying releasing the GANS waters collectively at certain times, or creating the dome of peace on the energy level, which we have a time for that, and we'll show that momentarily. But it's up to you to get involved and how you want to get involved. Nobody's keeping track of who's appearing. These are the energy dimension of is not when people meet collectively, is all on the energy dimension. It's not in a room. But again, the Brazilians are doing a beautiful work, and most of us have to start by understanding a little bit more about our physicality, because this idea of the energy dimension is we're more heavily weighted because of the RNA, the ancestors, and everything else that's all been. But now we're, in a way, we're being set free from this thinking that we're confined to just the matter state understanding of something. Thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the dome of peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch, the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Empty Keshe.
And how do you do it all the time? Do you quit everything else you're doing, or is part of this creation the ethos of Mitra, where we think good and we speak good and we act good? So let's just take 5 minutes collectively using the energies of our central energy, we call the soul of the man, and just elevate those who need elevation. The soul probably already knows that in so many ways. And again, we're not elevating a man, we're elevating a soul of a man, a soul of a world leader, a soul of peace negotiators, a soul of religious leaders. And I think, in a way, as he said, many of them are fully aware of what's here and what is to come. But let's continue this process that they can become enlightened and actually become a very powerful asset, in a way, to the Keshe Foundation as a world leader. And again, we're not going to punish anyone in so many ways. As I understand it, we're going to touch them by elevating them rather than confining them to a prison or something else. We're going to help them to get out of the jail they're in, not put them in another jail. And if that happens, they will be quite powerful assets for this technology in the coming period as they become enlightened and elevated. Does anyone know what comes first? Enlightenment then you get elevated, or does elevation come first and then you get enlightened? Or are they sort of working in tandem? You don't have to answer that now. Maybe that's just something for you to ponder. So let's just we won't take the 5 minutes of silence. We're just going to take 2.5 minutes of silence, collectively practice this. And again, the whole beauty of this whole exercise is none of you fail this test. None of us. As he said, we all have different fields. We all have different strengths. And the collection of these rays or fields actually leads to the creation or leads to elevation of that individual if the soul of that individual decides to pick it up and to change a dimension within the dimension of physicality, as I understand it. And this is the way it works. If we try to change it in the matter state, as we understand, you need millions of dollars just to get a few minutes with these world leaders. But we have that mother connection, which is the soul of the creator. So we can reach them and the people behind the curtain that actually manipulate some of these people on the front stage. So we can do it all through that mother connection. So have confidence. And as he said, don't do it just once a week. You can do it all the time. And I think that's accomplished in a way. As he said, those triangles is the same as the speaking good, thinking good, and acting good. So let's take 2.5 minutes now and practice this. And feel free to join us on a regular basis at 9 p.m. We'll show that slide in a moment. Every day, 9 p.m. Central European Summertime or Central European Time. Again, start with a nanosecond. Start with 2 seconds. Start with 5 seconds and build up from there. And the more you do this, the more you nourish the others, the more I think you become nourished. Remember, there's not giving without receiving, or there's not receiving without giving. So in a way, you're actually learning the energy dimension, but also elevating your own work by serving the others in this elevation process, as I understand it. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and we'll start now. Okay, thank you for your continued participation in this process as you choose. Remember, you don't have to be in a very quiet room or no noises around you, because he's indicated the physicality in a way is not involved in this process. So you can be driving the car, you can be at work, you can be preparing dinner, you can be changing the baby or whatever, and you can add to this whole, because it's the energy dimension that we're working with, not the physicality, as I understand it. And of course, as I said, the process is very easy. It's not a lot of work. We're not arguing with the doorkeeper or the physicality of the man. We're going right to the general or the soul of the man, and this is where we're adding to that they can become enlightened and elevated. So the Universal Council invites the Keshe family and Universal Council in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time for the elevation of the souls of all leaders and the soul of totality of the Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. So this is a time where you can, again, explore this side that we're not used to really exploring, even though we're working with it. And this is part of the enlightenment that we realize we're, in a way, probably more than two dimensions, but at this point, we're just playing with the physicality and we're starting to play with this energy dimension. So thank you all for your, as I said before, continued participation in this process. Any thoughts or questions you'd like to share with us? And again, feel free to join the Brazilian intentions. This is a formal meeting, but you can get used to it, and it's only a short meeting, 30 minutes. Most of it is, again, working in this quiet energy dimension. And this is the most effective and the best tool I think we have. And by Mr. Keshe saying nobody fails this test, we know we're making a lot of progress. But again, these souls are so low, they don't know anything else, and so it's not a day job, as we've heard. This takes quite a bit of, in a way, giving to these individual souls that they can become enlightened. But this is a process you'll carry with you from now until the life of the universe, most likely. So thank you all, and I'm sure you're all waiting for Alex to come in. Let's just see if Alex is ready. Yes, he has. He's taken the screen. We want to welcome you, Alex, and thank you for continuing to share an understanding of this or an aspect of this technology, and for, in a way, not giving up on us, even though we may not exactly understand what you're teaching, but we're trying to take as much as we can from it. At least I am. So thank you again for joining us, and I'm sure we'll start with the disclaimer as we usually do.
Thank you very much for bringing us to this point, Mark. So we will, let's just get down to some business here, and we'll get right to it.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, Mark, for bringing us to this point here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. I want to thank all the knowledge seekers for joining us on this platform. We are going through some amazing times with the Keshe technology and how it's evolving. And so I want to thank you for allowing me to continue to present the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We are discussing basic nanotech. The subject today is causticity. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada, and it's a new month, June the 1st, 2025, and this is part of the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. So as I say, I thank you all very much for joining us today, because what we're trying to do is to condense the knowledge in such a way that we can all take from this knowledge whatever we can handle and reprocess it in our own way. And as you can see, we've been doing this for many years. And there is a pattern, there's a sequence, and one of those patterns is the basic understanding that we have so much more to understand. We can, it seems that we can never understand enough. So we are trying to condense and put it in such a sequence that not only it's interesting for the mature knowledge seekers, who have been here as the cornerstones of the shareholdings, but also the new knowledge seekers, which will come to reinforce everything, not only for us, but for themselves, because we are all here to bring heaven on earth. And that is really what the objective is. And if that isn't the objective, then we wonder, well, you'll have to tell us what the objective is, because I don't get it otherwise. So having said that, we're trying to bring the technology to the foreground as presented by Maranteva Keshe, who has written many books, of which the first book is The Universal Order of Creation of Matter. And as we can see how 3 different types of matter are coming together.
Okay, I got that, Alex.
Thank you. And so there's matter, dark matter, and antimatter. And that's a way to refer to it. But as we're trying to bridge the knowledge between conventional science and advanced science, and try and understand our position within the universe. So these are good phrases, but another phrase is to see the coming together of 3 dimensions. And when we look at these 3 dimensions, and then we say, well, how do we get there? So in book number 2, we talked about the structure of light, which is kind of the conveyance that takes us from here to there. But if we are here where we have these 3 dimensions, and then we go over there and there's another 3 dimensions, then the question becomes, are those the same dimensions? And the only reason these questions arise is because the positioning of these dimensions is not differentiated. We use the term not differentiated to refer to cellular structures. So when a wound gets healed, the blastema cells are undifferentiated, but they do differentiate themselves. So we never have a problem where our toes would grow on our nose. It always is well organized. And then we find in book number 3, we're talking about the origin of the universe. And this is a very difficult subject for a lot of people to comprehend because it's unseen. So there is a sister universe that is manifested at the same time as our little universe is manifested. And as much trouble as we have with our universe, we seem to ignore this universe because we're just little specks in this universe that are riding on Earth, which is a little bit bigger than we are, but it's still a speck in terms of man's universe, and we seem to be quite content with that. And then that little speck, we chop it up into little bitty pieces, and we fight over it like scraps. We're like so hungry for the crumbs, and we forget, the cake, or we forget the bread, or we forget the cookie. We're just always, always, always gravitating to that smaller thing. And in essence, as we go forth and multiply, our planet is getting smaller and smaller. But we make it smaller by chopping it up into little pieces. So for 380 weeks in a row, Rick Crammond and the Universal Council members have been bringing together the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace. And we're obviously going to have to include one currency there as well. But the thing is, this is our home. And my home and your home are the same home. But as in all homes, that home is based on today. That's our home today. And the questions that we've never asked and should have asked is, where was our home before we got here? And where will our home be after we leave? And so a lot has to do with understanding how we got here and let's face it, where we're going. So if we understand the basic plasma rule, we understand that the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. This is fundamental because it brings all these energy fields together. And as they come together, that could be a point of conflict. But in actuality, it is a binding zone. So then it becomes your point of view. Does it have to be something that builds, or does it have to be something that divides? But when we bring it together on this planet, that is an inertia density manifestation. And that's what we're talking about in this basic nano series, the density manifestation exemplified in the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength. So that energy binding is self-serving. That is very, very important. But many of us, practically all of us, have adopted it as self-serving at the expense of others, forgetting that this energy binding was created before us. In other words, that energy binding is what facilitated us to get here. So why do we stop depending on that? And what we find in that process, as we are binding, we're in fact hardening. And so where we go from that warm and fuzzy to that cushiony to that hardness, and it affects our emotion to the point where the emotion makes our heart harder. So what it is showing is a pattern of how we're going from that energy state to that physical state. But is that the ideal, desirable state? And what we find is that that pathway to that hardening is by not following the 10 Commandments. And the question, of course, as we've always been asking, is why do we need these 10 Commandments? What is our problem? And who is giving us these 10 Commandments, and why are they doing that? And then, of course, it's always assumed that if they are proposing those 10 Commandments, then they are also following those 10 Commandments. So how many times have you heard your parents say, well, just do as I say, don't do as I do? And of course, as adults, many of us are falling into the trap of the 11th commandment, which is a bonus, part of the bonus round of an extra 14 commandments, giving us a total of 24. But in this commandment, thou shalt not lie. And yet these lies are glorified in what we call a game of poker. Or you might call it a game of chicken. It doesn't matter. The point is it implies a guesswork. And there is no guesswork in the universe. You provide the pattern, you get the energy, and that takes all the guesswork out of it because it all has to do with path link and susceptibility. So if I have to depend on what you say, then I'm in a real pickle. But if I understand what your soul intends, then that becomes dependable because the soul will never lie. So really, in effect, the soul doesn't need this commandment, thou shalt not lie. That's kind of redundant. So who needs this commandment? And that would be our physicality. So in that case, now we see that there is a distinct difference between the soul of physicality and the soul of man. And we see a distinct difference in our emotional and physical vitality. So one of the things that modern science has failed to achieve, and they brag about this because they're continually looking for donations, but like all my life, and in fact, historically, going back to the 1850s, and here we are in the roaring 2025 era, and we're still seeking the enhancement of our vitality. And it all boils down to energy. So whether it's our physical energy or whether it's our energy consumption through our use of all the facilities on this planet, we are always seeking this vitality. And some of us, too many of us, are seeking it at the expense of others. So this energy is coming to us via the transmutation highway, where we see that our physicality, which we understand we're organic, which means we're carbon-based, and we see that the mass of the carbon is 12, and that's in the physical state, but we look at the transmutation highway, and it has actually two ramps. One is the carbon 14 highway, which also includes the carbon 10. That's a total of carbon 24. And we notice this pattern when we go in the transmutation highway where we have the carbon 16 and the carbon 8, and that totals up to carbon 24. So we see clearly that there is a problem with our understanding of the basic rate, and that is that we are not seeing the inertia highways. And the reason we don't see that is because we have to understand that our carbon 12 highway is actually a product. It's an inertia product of two other fields. So whatever created our carbon 12 mass was a derivative of the coming together of the fields to tally up to carbon 12. But if we look at the other highways, we see that they're already at carbon 24 because they have the two fields that come together. But if we understand that each of those fields is also a product, then we have to understand that there is, in fact, another creation of an inertia field. And so this leads us to the conclusion that the carbon is very much set up as carbon inertia highways. And why are these carbon inertia highways deemed so? Because there's a connection to something that is unseen. And so we often say, well, let there be light. Well, we have a limited amount of light because what we see is the opposite of the darkness. And if we look at the universe, we see that it is quite dark. So we don't notice that during the daytime, but we sure notice that at nighttime because the sky is dark and all we see is these little stars. And so these little stars are all part of the light, and it's coming from, well, it must be coming from the other side. And so on that basis, we can say that the other side is the light side and we're on the dark side. And so all we can see is what's filtered through and coming to our side. But the fact of the matter is that where we are is we're in the physical state, and that is a product of inertia. So what we're missing here is understanding that our existence here in our physicality is literally a coming together in the density, and that the initiation of that is the energy transfer that is coming from the plasma state, which we don't see. And so how do you take into account something that you don't see? Well, that becomes our challenge, and to bring it into our regular practical application of our life. And so we needed to do that. And 5 years ago, we brought in the cups of life because they weren't the cups of pandemic, as we're trying to bring the advanced plasma science for the betterment of man, is to understand how we were reinforcing the inner space of man, where the emotional strength was residing, and that emotional strength was translated into our physical strength. And so this was our practical introduction to the nanocoding process of the monatomic science. Well, we've certainly progressed from there because we've seen the radiance manifestation of many, many ganses. Of particular note was the CO2 GANS and the calcium, zinc, and copper ganses, and the water and the amino acid. But, you know, there's a lot of people who are not satisfied with that. They want to go for the gold. And as we know, men are not the only gold diggers out there. So that's where the track cup of the soul comes together, because that one track cup includes a magnetical gravitational relationship and a home for the soul. And when we add that to the emotional cup and the physical cup, then we have developed a new magnetical gravitational relationship and a new position of the soul. And so we find that this creates what we call a star formation. And so we see this replication of the one-track cup of life in the one-track cup of the universe, where we have the left hemisphere and the right hemisphere of our brain reflecting on the physical and emotional attributes of the copper and the zinc GANs. And then, of course, the transmutation highway connection via the carbogen. And that is the bringing together of the dimensions of 1 + 1 + 1 coming together. And of course, it's more than 3, because not only do we get our physicality, but we still have our brains intact, and we still have the left and right hemisphere functioning. And we are still universal functionaries as human beings on this planet, which on its own has its own grand central station and his own manifestation of many, many ganses. And all of these ganses are also inertia product fields coming together, and they come in variety of flavors. And this is all part of the inertia density manifestation. And so to satisfy this hunger for gold, we have now positioned ourselves as the Keshe Foundation in the beyond Beijing era, where through the conventional technology of plasma reactors, we could create gold out of thin air, because we were able to take the plasmatic manifestation of the gold, and through angular density, which involves the falling or the increased density, the increased pressure, the increased gravity, what they refer to as the fallen angels, which is actually the angular momentum, which equals the moment of inertia times the angular velocity. And so we bring that into the manifestation of pure gold. But not only, we can create anything. And how do we know that? Because we just talked about the grand central station of the Earth. The Earth has produced anything. All the elements have been produced by the Earth. So how did it do that? And we pride ourselves on making our elements at the expense of the Earth. We basically dig it up. So when we're looking at the plasma science and the exchange of energy, we have to understand that each transition of energy, each level is a state. And as we transfer from one state to another, we go through 3 dimensions. The accumulation of these 3 dimensions is a sum of a transfer state. But in between, we have levels of progress through levels of magnitude, magnitude being 10 times on that scale. So if we take 1 and multiply it by 10, then we get 10. And if we multiply that by 10, we get 100. And then if we multiply that by the 3rd dimension, we get a kilo. And so if that pattern repeats, we get a mega and then a giga. And now in the computer industry, we're, flippantly discussing tera. But if we go into the micro, we go the other way by orders of magnitude from 1 to milli to micro and to nano, which is what we are discussing in our basic nanoscience here, and understand that there's another level, that's the pico level. And this is all part of the plasma science. But if we see the difference between the plasma science and the old science, and it's not to be disrespectful, but in order to understand these extremes, you have to step out of the box. So in summary, what we've discussed in the nanotech is the migration from the monatomic to the monomolecular. And then as such, we created these nanocapsules and then nanotubes. And then from there, we created these monostars, which became nanostars. But there's more, because fundamentally, this represents the chains of man and that progress, because we're going from being chained to density in our gold digging attitudes at an atomic level to the unchained monatomic state, where we have the combination, but it is in cooperation. And we see the same type of thing on the pico-atomic, which is beyond the nano-monatomic state. So fortunately for us, we have, can we call them microscopes? We were debating whether we should call them nanoscopes. Maybe we should call them picoscopes. And how far can we see? Because it still is a representation of our physicality. So as we said, these 3 dimensions and how they combine together, and we see that each axis has 3 dimensions. And so as we go from one point to another point, we find that we are specifically picking 3 reference paths. We're not picking 3 other reference paths. If we were to flip that around, then the paths would go in different areas, but they would arrive at the same conclusion. So that's where the variability comes in. And so the question then is, if one path as we see it is an extreme and the opposite of those paths is another extreme, when we bring these extremes together, we find that we can bring our three-dimensional understanding of physicality, the X, Y, and Z axis, together. And that would in fact recombine. So the point here is that the cubic structure of the combination of the three dimensions is actually a product of the extreme orientation of two other fields of extreme dimensions. Are those the only factors that can come together? So if we look at different types of three dimensions, and we can see that there are different types of crystalline connectivity and different types of crystalline stability, then we can see that there's a crystalline portability through different energy state transitions. And we are familiar with these energy state transitions as it pertains to solids, to liquids, to gaseous, and now to plasma state. And so depending on which axis you're looking at, they can create a different kind of three-dimensional portability. But those three dimensions remain. And those three dimensions are stable. So how can something that can be so pliable in its crystalline form be so stable? And so that leads us to our discussion today, because that stability is based on a magnetical gravitational relationship, which we have called a star formation. And so what we see is that there's a heavy gravitational aspect to it if we look at the three bottom points, and there's a lighter magnetical aspect to it if we look at the singular top point, and coming together it creates a star formation that has an orientation. And so when we look at the cover of book number 1, we see the coming together of three dimensions. So we look at the gravitational construct as being coming together of three dimensions. So what does that do for the magnetical construct? So it cannot exist in its singularity. It has to be an inertia product of three dimensions as well. And so we find this is true when we did the rotating balls, because what we did was we put ganses in there, each one, and we put them in a star formation, and we physically rotated these balls, and we did a live demonstration in Beijing where we showed this exact process. But we didn't just do it with one ball on each point. We did it with a pair of balls on each point. And so these pairs were also rotating. So they became dynamic reactors. And as such, they created a field strength around. And so we could see that the way these were positioned, we had three on the outer points, three pairs on the outer points, and one pair in the center. And so this became a very flat star formation. So we understand that we can do, with different types of appearances. So here's one appearance, and of course, our digging tool was a spoon. And so we put the spoons out to facilitate our gold digging. And of course, this was displayed to the public. And so what was unseen, of course, was the dynamic plasma that was created on each and every one of these rotating fields. And how far did that field go? Well, obviously, in and encompassed the entire room, because we created a dynamic plasma, which involved the magnetical and gravitational relationship of that plasma. And in that particular experiment, we were able to see the coming together of different energy states. So we had a plasma state and a dynamic plasma state. But we also had the physical matter state and we had the GAN state. And then we had motors that turned the rotating balls. But we created something in the plasma state that didn't have any rotating physicality, but there was in the component, as we said, in the star component, a magnetical gravitational orientation. And so each point had a reference. And so in order to have a reference, we have to have a second point. And that point would be opposite. And then we created connection where we had gravitational stability. So that was where the soul of inertia was sitting in the star formation inertia field, where we had the convergence and divergence on one side, matching the convergence and divergence on the other side, facilitating conversion to an inertia field that exemplified gravitational stability. So this was a representation of how creation happens. And as part of that creation, we're referred to as the four wheelers of creation, because if you take two reactors that rotate on one side and two wheels on the other side, and how we keep that together is because we create this inertia bonding factor to keep everything together. But clearly in this picture, we see that there was no ropes or links between the pairs of reactors. So in fact, we had 8 wheels turning that were in our physicality. So as they all worked together, we created a star matrix bonding pattern in between. And in order to maintain that consistency of that bonding pattern, we had to see that the poles were actually flipping on their ends so that we could have a relationship across the inertia binding field that represented the gravitational magnetical orientation, because that's how we created the containment. So last week we talked about portability, and we seen that it was undifferentiated simplicity. Just like we said earlier, when the cells heal, the blastema cells are undifferentiated. But we can't make a mistake by putting our toes on our nose, because we have a differentiated complexity. So we have 73 trillion cells in our body, and each one's different. And that complexity is more stable. And so that stability leads to portability, because we have now created a gradient of stability, which actually is a charge. That's how the cells can differentiate. They know their position, because each position has a different charge. And when we say a different charge, it isn't just negative or positive. There's a difference in its gradient. So how negative is it? How positive is it? And hydrogen is an important factor. in this energy. We are dependent on hydrogen because hydrogen is the initial element in the periodic table of elements. But hydrogen itself is not just hydrogen because it too has an orientation where the poles can align or the poles can be opposite. So the hydrogen molecules stay together with a covalent bond that is not visible. But there is a difference between the orthohydrogen and the parahydrogen, and yet it maintains its balance because both poles balance themselves out on both sides. So whether they repel on both sides. Whether they attract on both sides. But there's a difference. Hydrogen is not just hydrogen. And so now we understand that negative and positive is not just negative or positive. It is the NP junction, which brings together the inertia tracking of the transition matter, which on one side would be negative, coming together the three dimensions, balanced off by the one side positive, coming together the three dimensions on the other side. And so here we have a 1 and 1 is 2. And that's just the basic dimension, but we have three dimensions. So on each dimension, we have 1 and 1 is 2. But we are none of those dimensions. We are the observer dimension. So each dimension then, being 1 and 1 is 2, means that we have three dimensions, each dimension coming together, and we are in a fourth dimension. Or are we? What we're talking about is the conservation of energy. So as the laws of conservation of energy state that energy can neither be created nor destroyed, it can only be converted from one form of energy to another. And that's exactly what we're talking about. So when we're looking at the star formation, in lieu of conservation of energy, it's actually the conservation of a maggrav, which is the balancing of the magnetical gravitational fields. And as we see, the maggrav is a balance between the initial kinetic energy and the initial potential energy, and that relationship versus the final kinetic energy and the final potential energy. So the conservation of the maggrav is the maggrav on one side equal to the maggrav on the other side, conserving the energy. But what is the energy form? Well, it's undifferentiated at this point, right? Because we don't have any reference here. And so we see that we can have the conservation of inertia when we introduce a reference to different states, like atomic state and nanostate and GAN state. But there are other states. There's a plasmatic state, and then there are other states beyond that. And so each of them is a maggrav energy transfer state. And which state you're in, it all depends on the matter-gen convergence. And that convergence indicates its susceptibility to move from state to state or stay within the state. And that's how we have the pH scale, which is the potentiation of hydrogen. And we see that the susceptibility is changeable. And its range goes from unstable to stable, or from simple to complex. And we've said that. And it goes from magnetical to gravitational. We've said that. But it also means it goes from acidic to alkaline. And so what we find is that there is a movement that comes in various increments, and each increment is an order of magnitude. So to understand the pH scale, we have to understand it as a kind of a zipper, because the measurement of the pH is based on, we use water as the reference, because water is the universal solvent and it's fundamental for life. So water includes oxygen, which is something fundamental for us to breathe with. But it also indicates different potentiation layers. So the point of the matter is that wherever you are on that pH zipper, it indicates coming together of two transfer states, two transition states coming together to create a junction. And so that moves along the y-axis transition, as we discussed before. So if we have a pH of 4, we also have a pH of 10. The scale is 14, so 4 and 10 is 14. You can't have one without the other, or you'll be violating the laws of conservation of Magrath. So the same is true for 5 or 9. That equals 14. 6 and 8 equals 14. So what happens to 7? Oh, well, there we are with that neutral one. We only see the 7, but 7 is only half the scale, because 1 to 7 is acidic and 7 to 14 is alkaline. So we have to add those two together to come to 14. So it's 7 plus 7, just like we see on the transmutation highway with the carbon 12. It has another dimension. And so another way to look at it is through a pH density range, because each point on that pH scale is coming together, as outlined in book number 1, Universal Orders of Magnitude of Universal Creation of Matter. You have acid is oily, alkaline is wet. And so the gravity seeks density. Oxygen, of course, is more dense than hydrogen, right? Oxygen is 16. Hydrogen is 1. Well, actually, on the elemental table, oxygen is registered as 8 and hydrogen is 1, but still, it's a enormous difference. So the oxygen plus the hydrogen would equal 9. Well, 9 is just a little bit less than 10, which is an order of magnitude. So if we understand that each pH is a splitting, then each pH is an inertia product of two other fields that create that. So interestingly enough, the potentiation of bacteria plays into this as well. So we find that as a bacteria moves into the acidic state, it eats the host. But in the alkaline state, it supports the host. This bacteria is fundamental for digesting food. So if we are alive, shall we say, in our physicality, then this bacteria keeps us healthy by digesting the food that we eat. But if we suddenly stop being physically alive, we have now changed our energy state, and the bacteria responds accordingly, because change in the state also changes the pH, which triggers a reaction. And that's how the bacteria decides to either support the host or eat the host. So we can see that the strength of the field is actually a two-way street. We can be weak or we can be strong, or we can be any point in between. And so there's a transition based on the susceptibility, and it's always coming together. And where on that point can we be? So wherever that point is actually a point of balance. But what we find is that when we talk about an acid state, it is actually acid forming. And when we talk about an alkaline state, it is alkaline forming. And so the alkaline forming state takes us towards health, and an acid forming state takes us to poor health. And so we see the range. So today's topic is causticity. And when we look at ammonium chloride, we find that it's an inorganic chemical compound. We are organic beings. So what is important about this compound is that its formula is NH4 and chlorine. And it's an ammonium salt of hydrogen chloride. Well, I started going down this rabbit hole, and I'm going to take you with me because it's a big rabbit hole. And we are going to introduce a lot of terminology. So it's kind of important to see how the context of this terminology fits together. So if we're talking about the balance of energy, then we see that the ammonium cations, NH4, that's plus, and the chloride anions, that's the Cl minus, come together as a crystalline white salt. And fortunately, it's highly soluble in water. So the solutions of the ammonium chloride are mildly acidic and is naturally occurring mineralogic form. It is known as sal ammoniac. This mineral is commonly formed on burning coal dumps from condensation of coal-derived gases. And it is also found around some types of volcanic vents. So this really opens up a can of worms here. So let's just look at the picture on the right, and we're looking at a representation of its crystalline structure, and we find it's a cube. And that corners of the cube are all chlorine. And what's in the center is actually the sodium hydroxide. No, excuse me. It's the NH4. But the structure is a body-centered cubic. And the cubic contains a star formation. Well, isn't that interesting? Ammonium chloride is an inorganic chemical. It's a crystalline salt. It's a salt of hydrogen chloride. And it is mainly used as a fertilizer. It's also used as a flavoring agent in some types of licorice. It is a product of the reaction of hydrochloric acid and ammonia. Well, there you go. two fields create one. So the ammonium chloride is an inertia product. And in its solid form, it's used to make dry batteries and ammonia compounds, such as a soldering flux, a pickling agent. It's used in zinc coating and tinning, and of course as a fertilizer. When we make our nano coating, we were using sodium hydroxide. Its crystalline structure is sodium NaOH, also known as caustic soda. Well, that's what we're discussing today, causticity. And this is a corrosive white solid that is used in various industrial and household applications. It's a strong alkali and is soluble in water also. And its solutions are strongly alkaline and corrosive. So, not to be played around with, but potassium hydroxide is also an odorless white or slightly yellow, flaky, or lumpy solid, which is often in a water solution and is used in making soap, and is an electrolyte in alkaline batteries and in electroplating, lithography, and paint and varnish removers, liquid drain cleaners. And they contain 25 to 36% of potassium hydroxide. So the common thing here is the water. And the water comes together from condensation. So this is a process where water vapor becomes liquid. It is the reverse action of evaporation. This is where liquid water becomes a vapor. So condensate is a product of condensation as a liquid reduced from a gas or a vapor. So in plasma terms, we can say that the production of water is an inertia product field. So the condensation becomes an inertia product field, and obviously the water is more dense than the gas. And obviously through the process of condensation, we have changed the energy state. And many times we see what we call precipitation. So what is precipitation? Well, the main types include drizzle, rain, sleet, snow, ice pellets, and graupel, and hail. Precipitation happens when water vapor reaching 100% relative humidity saturates a portion of the atmosphere. Check that out. So that the water condenses and precipitates or falls. So what we're talking about is the portability of energy versus the dilution of energy. So the dilution, you stay within that same state. But when you do the portability of energy, then you're actually changing the state. So we've already concluded that through condensation, the precipitation becomes a change in the energy state. But that energy state has different facets. So it can be everything from drizzle to graupel. Wasn't that interesting? Well, what is graupel? It's good. I'm glad you asked that question because it's a type of precipitation. It's a soft hail or snow pellet, and it's consisting of small, white, opaque ice crystals that are fragile and easily disintegrate. So this is new to me. I apologize for having to say that because I never heard of graupel until today. But what I have noticed is a funny snow this winter. But they say it forms when supercooled water droplets freeze onto snowflakes. So they create these small rounded pellets. So the graupel is distinct from hail, which is larger and harder. So this answers a very important question for me because I didn't know what this kind of snow was. I'd never seen it before. I only seen it this year. Maybe I wasn't observant enough. But now that I remember seeing it, I questioned what it was, and lo and behold, it's graupel. And we've seen, of course, the creation in our frozen Gans balls. We see a gravitational core where the magnetical hairlines, they're hair-like lines that grow as nanotubes, and these nanotubes are hollow, as we know. So we talked about nanotubes and how they grow into nanostars, and we can clearly see that there is a pattern that's forming. Well, another new word that I learned was rhymes. I'm going to learn a lot of new words. Well, rhymes is frost, and frost is a thin white layer of ice, unlike the ice cube that we just seen that forms when the air temperature is below the freezing point of water, and especially outside at night. And there was a strong rhyme on all vegetation. Okay, well, this is another learning thing for me. So the definition of rhyme is an ice crystal forming a white deposit, especially in objects outside. And of course, the synonyms are frost, hoarfrost, ice, water, ice. So rhyme is actually an archaic form, and it originally was any frozen dew forming a white deposit on exposed surfaces, also called a hoarfrost. Well, this is good. I often wondered about that. Lost a lot of sleep at night. Didn't know what a rhyme was and didn't know what a hoarfrost was. Well, let's continue. A hoarfrost is when frost forms as minute ice crystals covering the ground. And so we just seen that these crystals can grow, right? We just called it all frost, but sometimes the frost grains grow larger and are called hoarfrost crystals. So good hoarfrost is not that uncommon if you watch for it. So this is a project to remember as we go into winter. Hoarfrost grows whenever it's cold outside and there is an ample source of water vapor nearby. Yes. So from the plasma science, we've seen that the core was growing these nanocrystals, which were hollow. And so we could say that the hoarfrost is growing the same way, because we've already said in the conventional science that these crystals grow. So you have to have a basis, an inertia field from there. That inertia field is more dense. So as the nanotubes grow, they become less dense. So the creation of the hoarfrost is based on the gravitational creation of the crystal, and the growth of the hoarfrost is based on the magnetical addition to that hoarfrost. Well, isn't that interesting? So we see that there are various types of frost that include the crystalline frost, called the hoarfrost, or it's also called a radiation frost. Well, isn't that interesting? And so this comes from the deposition of water vapor from air of low humidity. It's a white frost in humid conditions. You also see it as a window frost on glass or other surfaces. You have advection frost from cold wind over cold surfaces. And you also have black frost without visible ice. We know how dangerous that is. And at low temperatures and very low humidity. Seems to be kind of contradictory. How do you produce frost in low humidity? So the most common frost are radiation frost, which we have already called hoarfrost. So there's advection frost, window frost, and rime radiation. Now you're starting to put the whole picture together. Yes, frost is frost in the form of tiny ice crystals that usually show up on the ground and on exposed objects outside. So hoarfrost also forms in refrigerators and freezers. So there you go. You don't have to wait for winter to come. So clearly we can see that there are various ways of energy portability. Advection and convection are both processes of transporting energy or matter in fluids, but they differ in their mechanisms. Advection is the bulk transfer, advection is the bulk transport of a property, like temperature, by the fluid's velocity, while convection involves the movement of the fluid itself due to density. And the differences are caused by temperature changes. So even when it's cold, we can see that there are gradients of temperatures. And within that range, those gradients still maintain the stability of that energy state. But those energy states move. And as such, they carry energy. And depending on which way they go, indicates the direction of portability. So it all is actually exemplification of energy transfer. And that's what we're talking about. So even though it's cold, we're still talking about heat energy portability. So this is heat transfer is the movement of thermal energy in the form of heat. And it's between physical systems with different temperatures using 4 different distinct mechanisms: advection, conduction, convection, and radiation. So advection is defined here as transport responding to a pressure gradient or body force. Molecular diffusion is defined as a transport responding to concentration or thermal gradients. So with convection, natural convection occurs when fluid moves due to density differences caused by temperature variations. Forced convection occurs when an external source, such as a fan or a vehicle radiator, is used to move fluid in a controlled manner. What happens when we get to extreme alkalinity? We get what we call causticity, which is the quality of being physically caustic. It involves burning and corrosive action. It imparts a pH change. It imparts an energy state change. And we've seen that change go from atomic to monatomic. But we've also seen it go further. So we've already discussed that part of the movement of energy is radiation. And so we see that there is a radiation portability as well, because the nuclear radiation expands beyond the containment. The plasma science is a containment of this radiation. And the transmutation of radiation is the plasmatic transport system of energy portability. So in nothing that we've discussed with these new definitions and terminology has referred to this. But now we can see what a radiant flash is. It's a temporary feeding of energy, and obviously is going through a transition. Suddenly, it's a flash. In talking about caustic, we talk about soda ash. And soda ash, excuse me, is a sodium carbonate. One moment. Thank you. I'm back. Sodium carbonate is known as a washing soda, a soda ash, a sal soda, and soda crystals. And it too is an inorganic compound. But it has a formula sodium and CO3, which is a carbonate. And it has various hydrates. All forms are white, odorless, water-soluble salts that yield alkaline solutions in water. Historically, it was extracted from the ashes of plants grown in sodium-rich soils. And because the ashes of these sodium-rich plants were noticeably different from the ashes of wood, which were once used to produce potash, sodium carbonate became known as soda ash. It is produced in large quantities from sodium chloride and limestone. It uses what's called the solvate process. So there we go. Sodium, excuse me, the soda ash is a combination, it's an inertia product field of the combination of the sodium chloride and the limestone. So this is made by carbonating sodium hydroxide, which is made using the chloralkali process. There is an extreme way to do this. It's called fire. This is an extreme state transition, and this involves continuous feeding. So we can see that there are a lot of different ways to do energy portability. So energy portability is an energy state transition. And the two extremes are elevation, which is taking the physical matter state to the energy state, and the inertia, which is taking the energy state to the physical matter state. So when we talked about the pH, we referenced it in physical terms as a wave transition along the y-axis. And we said that the pH involves the inertia product of two different pHs. And so as a wave, this is a stable energy transition state. So within that pH, we have different gradients. But the fact of the matter is that it is a logarithmic scale, in other words, orders of magnitude. And to be able to go from one pH to another pH, that involves actually a minor state change. There has to be a difference between the 4 and the 5. The 4 is opposed by the 10. 10 and 4 is 14. The 5 is opposed by the 9. 9 and 5 is 14. So each of those states is a product, an inertial product field. But to go from one pH to another, it's an indication of causticity. So that becomes an unstable energy transition state because it's no longer going to be a wave to stay within the one pH. It's literally going to have to change that pH. So if you're going from a inertial product field of an acid condition and you want to go into a higher energy state, you have to go in the direction of causticity. So that becomes a pH causticity transition. So when we talk about the Z-axis stairway to heaven, we say, well, to go from one pH to another pH, and we link up the different pathways, and we say, well, we can go from a lower pH to a higher pH. Are we stepping up into that platform? Or is the reality a stairway to density, where we're stepping down into the atomic physicality, and then to be able to move from one pH to another, we have to literally jump up. There has to be a sudden transition, not a gradual transition. So in other words, within the logarithmic scale, we have another logarithmic scale which steps us down within that pH. But to go from one pH to another pH, we have to jump. Of course, if we're coming from the alkaline side, then we have to drop. So either way, it's a stairway to density. And we can go up and we can go down. And either way, it's sudden. So literally, when we're looking at the pH causticity, in order to understand, are we dealing with a lower pH or a higher pH? And what is the direction that we're going? We find that it all leads to either a party or a disaster. A party where we have more of the same, or a disaster where everything gets destroyed. Or does it? Or does it just go to an energy transfer into another state? Well, the answer to that question is, when we created the periodic table of elements, do we destroy something to create something else? Whatever that something else is an inertial product field. And so now we are introducing different types of energy transfer influencers: phosphorus, sulfur, chlorine, sodium, potassium. They all have to do with extreme energy transfer. This energy transfer changes the energy state. Did we destroy when we went from atomic to monatomic to create the nano? Did we destroy when we went from nano to pico? Did we destroy when we went from nano to GANs? And did we destroy when we went from GANs to plasma? So the pH stairway of both poles, one is the elevation through causticity. Then there are many potential plasma layers in between, each one a reflection of the potentiation of hydrogen. But then we have the inertia, which is based on the MAGRAV positioning. So when we're talking about the nuclear feeding inertia, each one is a fragment of the complexity. Each one is seeking a gravitational stability, and each one is capable of a dimensional portability. And since we are saying that 1 + 1 + 1 is more than 3, and since we are the ones saying it, we are not any one of these 3. So now we understand what it meant by the relationship of the acidity and alkalinity. When we look at hypochlorous acid, it's antibacterial. That means it's acidic. pH of 2.4. That means the opposite is antiviral. That's alkalinity. And gasinations, using the terrain theory, was able, with pH, to change the nature of the bacteria into a virus and then change it from a virus back to a bacteria simply by changing the pH. And this accident was repeated 40 times in a row. And what we find is that there's a similar relationship with a DNA, where the DNA elongates in an acidic condition, but it compacts in an alkaline condition. And there is a balance in there, and it's called very healthy, and it's slightly alkaline. And that is a reflection of ATP production. So we find that poor ATP production is acidic, and a healthy ATP production is alkaline. ATP, of course, being adenosine triphosphate, which is the currency of life. It reflects energy transfer and energy portability. But there is a problem. Bacteria is filterable, and viruses are not filterable. So one has to wonder, how do we know that it's a virus if we can't see it? Are we only looking at the inertia product field? So the viruses of the universe facilitate the RNA portability. So that portability of energy can be patterned. It's reflected in the RNA, and it depends on the gradient. And so that gradient can change. That change could be elevation through causticity, or there are many potentiation plasma layers, or it can be changed through MAGRAV positioning. That would affect its inertia, which is a product field. And so isn't it interesting that they refer God's portability as hoarfrost, as a symbol of God's power? Hoarfrost is also used in the Bible to illustrate God's control over the natural world. And in the book of Job, one of the oldest and most poetic books in the Bible, hoarfrost is mentioned as part of a broader description of God's command over the elements. Isn't that interesting? So there are different MAGRAV pathways, and they all facilitate gravitational intensity or magnetical outtensity. These are representations of the force fields of attraction, which we call feedback, and the force fields of repulsion, which we call feeding. And I'm sure you can all see the difference, how the electron is magnetical, And of course, the neutron, being more dense, is way more gravitational. And we see how all of that works together. And then we say, well, what happened in the beginning? Well, the neutron came before the atom because it was the neutron that split, because they said, let there be light. And so we had the combination of the electron proton, which was the atom, but we also had the PM tick, which was the energy. So that energy came from the darkness, didn't it? And that's what we said, because the PM tick is the principal matter that comes from God. It is part of the cosmic universe, which is magnetical. The energy is flowing to us as an energy pack, and each energy pack is in a nice parcel. And they come together and they create the antimatter, dark matter, and the matter force, which goes through a plasmagen conversion. It isn't until it positions itself on the inertia field we call Earth, and that creates a new inertia field, which we call our physicality. So the inertia field of the Earth is a gravitational maggrav inertia field. The physicality is an inertia gravitational maggrav field. And our existence here is a inertia gravitational maggrav field. So it's coming together of the plasma inertia fields. And so we find that each field coming together represents one side of the duality, magnetical and gravitational, and all points in between. So we understand the rotating hemispheres that create our planet. And it doesn't matter where we are on this planet, our feet are always on the ground, as opposed to being on the ceiling. So the reference is to the Earth space, direct. And that principal matter that comes from the universe comes into us as an undifferentiated plasma, energy that is portable. And it comes together into our energy fields and represents like a nanocapsule, but it has different types of tensity, different levels, different layers. And then, based on its position, it manifests into the physical matter state. So we have the non-physical matter state, which you can't touch or see, and then we have the physical matter state, which you can touch and you can't see. But either way, this is all part of the matter plasma dimensions. And we are feedback dominant because this is all part of the feedback system. The feeding system, which originally came from the PM ticks, is actually substituted by the plasma matter. But in reality, it comes from the source. And that's where we have to understand that when we're looking at the light that is emitted in the emission spectrum of hydrogen, that is the gravitational confirmation that the energy is coming from somewhere. And it is a combination of different magnetical fields. So the transference of these magnetical fields and the coming together creates a gravitational condition. And so we take that hydrogen and we keep building on it. And then we add water through the acquisition of oxygen. So we have H2O. That becomes an energy parceling unit. And that can go through different stages of tension. And we know that because of the surface tension of the water molecule. And then it can precipitate or it can evaporate. And its fundamental component is oxygen. That's why it precipitates, because it has a gravitational confirmation, again, of energy that is coming together from the magnetical sources. and it manifests itself into a light signature we call the emission spectrum, and it's unique. So we can see that these layers are all coming together in multiple layers, and each one is a captured field, and each one is an inertial product dimension, and each one is undifferentiated until it comes into a certain position, and then it becomes differentiated. And each of these densities becomes manifest, and each of them is a multiple dimension of multiple spheres. So if we have multiple layers in the magnetical side, we also have multiple layers on the gravitational side. And so we can transition through all of these different layers and have different layers of containment. And so if that is true, then that is how we can maintain our position on Earth. And we know that is true. So it only stands to reason that we can do this in outer space as well. So when we look at the obstacles that we have, we can see that there are starters, which are pathway seekers, but there are also stoppers, which are pathway blockers. And so there are those who are connivers, they are pathway avoiders. But then there are facilitators, and they are linkage creators. So you make your choice. Which reactor did you want? And so we have another reactor that's a peace dome reactor. As we're all seeking gold and the creation of gold, we are also having to shield ourselves from those who don't want that to be created. And so in that position, the peace dome reactor does not manifest in the physicality, but dilutes it and changes its transition zone, changes its energy transition state. And so we can create this humanity inertia shielding to shield ourselves from hostiles, from aggression, from environmental harm, and from fear mongering. And we're not doing that just because of the problems on Earth. We're doing that because the universe is a big place, and there are a lot of different variations. And for us, we need to have a refuge. We need to have a place of safety. So wherever we are, we need to absorb the energy that we need and shield ourselves from the energy we don't need. But at no point do we have to steal it from others. And at no point do we have to lie to ourselves, because that's stealing from ourselves. So this is where our understanding of the universal cup comes in, where we see our physical destination state coming together with the dynamic transfer state. And then that lends us to what we call the universal portability, which allows us to move anywhere that we want to. Do we know where we want to? If we don't know that we can, and if we don't know where, then it becomes really difficult to know how. But the fact of the matter is that there is a universal portability, and we know that because we were born, and because we exist, and because our soul feeds us. So we need to tune into that and turn on to the energy of the universe and drop out from our resistance so that we can receive all the energy. And to facilitate that, we have to provide the pattern so that we get this energy without wasting energy. And the Keshe Space Plasma research teams coming together, not only to create gold on this planet, but to create gold in our soul so that it shines across the universe. with peace and prosperity, there are many points on the dove. And this is where the transmutation maybe has a limitation. So the range transition transcends the inertia field transmutation dimensions, and the laws of conservation govern the covalent, trivalent, tetravalent bonding attributes. The containment of inertia is manifest through the contention of equality, but the contention of equality cannot be abandoned or compromised because that's a reflection of the soul of man. And so the color of man is based on the integration with the soul of the man. That's the integrity of the man. So when we look at our augmented reality and we understand that there's a flux and a flow, as we see that it goes towards, to, into, within, through, out of, and from every charge, every form, all mass, matter of substance. We need to learn how to intensify and extensify what we are. Because we are and we need to be connected. That connection supports the flux of continuous change. And that connection is hooked on life. 592 weeks in a row, we've been bringing the Knowledge Seekers workshops together to educate, to bring together the possibility and the prospect of peace on earth. And peace on earth cannot happen without the concentrated efforts of all of humanity. It isn't just about prosperity. It's about our well-being. And our well-being transcends to the well-being of the universe. Because when our neighbors are sick, our community is sick. And so if we are part of the unhealthy component of the universe, then the universe is also unhealthy. So we have to make that choice. This is where the technology release has to come together. And until then, we can't sleep because our beds are burning. We need a scientific rescue, a financial rescue, and a political rescue. This rescue is a preservation rescue. So we are in the process of flying with the captain to learn how to travel through outer space. And this will carry on for several months, May, June, and July. And the next session will be coming this month. You can join us. And to understand how you can travel the various dimensions. Understand that as a traveler, you're not in those dimensions. You are traveling through those dimensions. So we can converge in our matter state, or we can fly through the universe. And wherever we go in the universe, we can converge in a matter state. Isn't that wonderful? It brings peace to our soul, brings peace to our heart. Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. Welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. Choose it, sign it, mean it. The true nanotech maintains integrity of a new dawn. Is the peace dome of outer space an umbrella or a fountain? Is the inertia of the present governed by the dimensions of history? You decide. It is time to learn the encapsulation of self in a universal context. because the inertia of self can migrate as a superconductor, and the threshold of causticity enables energy portability of many new physical transmission dimensions. So the plasma science needs to be continued daily and delivered via the peace dome in a practical exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new golden outer space age. Thank you all for letting me present. I hope you enjoyed this session.
And thank you, Alex, for opening up new dimensions. I think this teaching alone can be opened up for probably the next number of years. So thank you, and let's see if any of the participants would like to interact or ask a question about what you've just covered, and I'm sure you just covered it rather simply in a way, not to say your simple understanding, but just in a very general or simpler way, but it certainly is enlightening. And that's what this whole process is about. Becoming more enlightened to the creation and understanding these processes. So, does anyone have a comment or a question for Alex? You know, Mr. Keshe said he took us through the nano and the GANs and the dynamic reactors and the rest of this. Is the pico is below the nano, and was he using that process? Maybe you want to comment on the Big Bang theory, and was he using a sort of a pico, because these elements had to be, before they actually manifest, I'm sure they were interacting on a very, very tiny level we couldn't see. And then when it hit a certain level, it manifested as, well, he said it was energy. But was he using pico in this demonstration, perhaps, in Beijing?
Well, no, we can't see the pico with the naked eye.
Right, and we couldn't see the material until it manifested itself. So I'm thinking that all before we saw the manifestation, there was interactions at the pico level.
Well, what's interesting, if you look at the pico atomic structure, it seems to be a star formation. So it's actually a picostar.
Okay.
So the manifestation of the picostar has points. So those points are smaller than the picostar, right? That's how small they are. And so from the pico becomes the substructure of the nano, becomes the substructure of the atomic. Now you have an atomic plasma condition. How do you bring that in to the physical state? The physical state being we've called it a condensation field or a precipitation field, but actually it's a manifestation field of inertia density. Well, who is the facilitator? And that was a really, really remarkable thing, because until then it was undifferentiated, wasn't it? It was black. It wasn't until we stuck the finger in it that we could see what happened. Isn't that correct? So what does that mean?
That means the creation starts from the smallest of the small and builds up. And this was what he was trying to emphasize, I think, in this exhibition about putting a few holes in this Big Bang theory. Would you think that was being achieved here? Is this what he was trying to show? that was one of the things I know he was trying to show, that the creation doesn't happen with the Big Bang. It happens from the smallest of the small and then builds up from there. And of course, he said he had the time technology as well hidden within the system. So I'm thinking that this all started at very, very, very small interactions and then built up, because we didn't see the material right away, did we? It took a number of hours or a period of time for all these systems to interact. So there must have been still things going on in a very, very small pico range, I'm thinking. And then it built up from there. But again, this is just my simple understanding of it.
Well, what's wrong with that simple understanding? Because that's exactly what happened, Mark. So, as frequently as you do, you ask a question and then answer it at the same time. This is very important to understand that it wasn't there before, and now it is there, but it didn't manifest until it had another Magrav condition, and that Magrav condition was us. So the way that we create our physicality is exactly the same way that we created the gold. We are the ones who created it because we are the ones who facilitated an inertia density manifestation. Until such time, it was pure energy.
Yes.
So the physical manifestation was dependent on the earth state. But if we remember that this technology that was demonstrated was obsolete, now we understand how the next advancement is, that it totally bypasses the need for us to manifest the gold. The earth can manifest the gold on its own. And how do you know that? Because we have all these gold diggers going all around the planet digging up the gold. And they don't stick their finger in, they stick a massive excavator in and dynamite and everything to extract and take from what the inner earth has bound together in an inertia density manifestation. They call it a mineral. And the mineral that we were looking for is based on the emission spectrum that identifies that mineral. And if you're looking for gold and you see that emission spectrum, then that's where you dig. But the digger is not the creator. The earth was the creator. So this technology here that we were demonstrating was technology that was demonstrated in 2023, and it is now obsolete. This is how the new advancements in science need to go. We don't need 1,000 years to go through some kind of progress. We marvel at how fast the technology has moved since World War II, which was 80 years ago. So now we can do this in a matter of a few years. It only stands to reason that we're going to be able to do that in a faster rate. So by changing the rate, you change that by changing the gradient. How do you change the gradient? You can create a gradient in the product field. You can create a gradient in the substrate. And you can change the position to put it in another field that is a higher attractive force. That attractive force is highly gravitational. Do you have to do it only exclusively on Earth? And so the answer there is obvious. You don't need to be a rocket scientist or a space scientist or a plasma scientist to figure it out. Just look up into the sky. There are other planets, and they have all formed the same way. They all follow the same rules. You can't have, the rules aren't different. You can't have one rule for Mars and one rule for Earth, or one rule for Jupiter. It doesn't stand to reason. It's like having a difference between, rules for corn and the rules for a carrot. You ask any farmer and how you grow things, and they will always tell you the same thing. And this is tried and tested methods that were handed down generation by generation through success. And then we created more success, where we increased the yield of the harvest by over 300%. Well, what does that tell you? That tells you that the methods that we were using were improved upon. You don't scrap the methods. You have to explain how those methods operated. And so what we've done with fertilizers is we've said, well, you put the fertilizer and the plant will grow. But how did you create the fertilizer? And when we didn't have the fertilizer, did the plants grow? Well, when we look at the dinosaurs and those that are flash frozen and they still have the vegetation in their mouth, which is how we know that they are vegetarians. So there's a skeleton of a dinosaur and there's the vegetation in the mouth. So we know there was the physicality of the dinosaur and the physicality of the vertical people. So who do you believe? If you can't believe, what we've discovered, and then we come up with other excuses, we have to say, well, wait a second. This Earth is doing very well without our interference. So why is our interference not working the way it should be? Because it was working well before we got here. So by the fact that we are here, it should work better. And if the results are showing that it's not better, then that pretty well tells you the whole story that you need to know.
Right. And who would consider that this planet needed certain things in certain places, like the gold or the aluminum or the copper or the oil? I thought it was all there for us to harvest in a way or to take and convert. But with this new understanding, it seems like the entity itself needed these things. And so we're probably, in a way, by taking it, we're affecting the entity's some sort of ability or some sort of elevation in a way. It's just like I have two ears, and someone could say, well, gee, I need one ear. Can I just take one? And you still have one left. But obviously, that would really affect my emotional character and the rest of this. So we haven't really understood that the planet needs these things in certain positions for that's part of its creation. But we thought it, or I thought it was there just to harvest, find the gold and take as much as you'd like. But it needs that. It needs the oil too, even though it can replace it and refill these oil deposits and the rest.
Well, I know for a fact that in the 1970s that oil was not considered a renewable fuel or a renewable resource. But now we realize that it is. So, that contention was based on false knowledge. So now that we know differently, now we can judge ourselves accordingly. So until we replace this technology, we will be using that old technology. So the question is, how long are we going to, do that? So it just becomes a philosophy that you have to adopt. And if you can do things better, then you stop doing things the way you did it and you start doing things the new way. So this is what peacekeeping is all about, isn't it? So if we can produce, shall we say, from thin air, all of these minerals, and we know that's possible because the Earth already does that, then what are we fighting for?
Now, I know you talked about the pH as being the potentiation of hydrogen, correct? And
Yes.
as he told us, the motors on these reactors are an aspect of the matter state. And I sort of made up a little joke. You said each cell has a charge. Does that mean they're carrying American Express or a MasterCard or a Visa? You said they have a charge. But again, is this alkalinity and acidity an aspect of matter state? Or in a way, I'm thinking it's connected to matter state.
No, it's an aspect of matter state because matter state can exist in any of the pH scales. So, if something is of a pH, let's say, like I talked about hypochlorous acid, has a pH of 2.5, 2.5, it's water. But water has a pH of 7, and water has a pH of 11.5. It's highly alkaline. At that point, it emulsifies oil. So it's still water, but the pH is different. So the pH is a characteristic of the water, and it indicates a different kind of um, energy state that water can do. So we
Right.
find
I think he said he used the energy of the matter state to create the gold in the matter state, correct?
correct. And this is where we find that the energy is portable. But the question that I'm trying to we're trying to go very, very slowly. Mr. Keshe is going at an extreme clip, and that's good. I'm seriously happy about that. But from our point of view, because we don't have access to the latest research or classified information, we have to go a little bit slower. So the most important thing that we need to understand is that energy is portable, right? And that energy can go in gradients and that we can change that rate. So now what does that mean in terms of our life? Well, we are not geared up to withstand the rapid change. It'll be a flash for us, and that flash could be very destructive because we can no longer, contain it. So we have to do things much better, and so we need to ramp up our capability to cope with it. This is a challenge, and each and every one of us has to go through this challenge. And all we're saying is that follows on each and every one of us with respect to our own responsibility. We all have to cope with it individually so that we can cope with it collectively.
Okay. Anyone else want to raise an issue or make a point here or object to something that Alex said? Again, you're free to do any of those. We've been talking a lot about AI, and I'm thinking, and maybe we'll be bringing that into some of the private classes more and more. But is this AI or is this absurd intelligence? Something I think Mr. Keshe referred to it at this point as absurd intelligence. But I still think it has a huge offering in the conservation of energy, even though it's using a lot of energy and water to do certain things or to keep its position. Um, and it does need an extensive amount. But is this a form of conservation of energy in a way? And that will be extended more and more, I think. He's talking about transferring massive amounts of knowledge through the AI system. I mean reaching billions and millions of people, or millions and billions of people over time. And so this AI is definitely, as I see it, a conservation of energy. Would anyone, or would you, Alex, like to speak on this? And I think it'll grow more and more.
Well, I think you made a marvelous point. Yeah, so I don't want to cut anyone off. So please jump in if you want to. I'm just going to comment and say I have never been a fan of the artificial intelligence because to me, the artificial nature of it indicates a superficiality, and I've always been a proponent of substance. But as I've talked about today, we end up being like the keepers of the library, and the library has knowledge, and so we need to be managers of these uh, pieces of knowledge. They need to have references. They need to be able to be sorted and referenced, and they need to be put rapidly. But unless that knowledge comes out of the book, it's not going to. It's as if it's not there. So for us to gather that knowledge, we have to open up the book. Do we have enough time? And this was one of the things that happened to me 30 years ago. I was sitting in the library and I thought, well, if I want to be the smartest person in the world, well, wouldn't I want to read every book that's in here? And then I realized that there's a lot of books in there that, you feel sorry for the tree that was sacrificed to make the paper for the book. And then so you had to be very selective. And so the skill set had to be elevated to the point where I could make that selection and look at a series of books and decide which book that I wanted to look at. And that went beyond just the description of the book on the cover. Or there were many ways to decide. But the thing is that there had to be a consistency in terms of that thought. Well, the AI can cut right through that because it moves at a rate and shall we say many orders of magnitude faster than we can. And that's great. So we know that we can think faster than we can act, and sometimes we have, what we call a brain cramp, You have thoughts crashing together and you want to say a whole bunch of things and you end up mumbling because all these things are coming together. So we think faster than we talk. And we're all experiencing that as a problem. Well, the AI can also think faster than it can talk. But in order for it to talk, it has to be meaningful. And so it has accelerated its selection process. So what that means is that the AI is solving the problem that I ran into years ago in the library, because it can very easily contain all the information that's in those books. But then it can certainly discern through consistency what is relevant. So this is a benefit. It's just like if you have a hi-ho, you dig a hole, you have a shovel, you can only dig so much, but a hi-ho will come and it'll dig a trench that'll be 100 times more than you can dig in the same time. It's much more efficient. It's a tool. Well, the AI is our tool. But the thing is that we are still differentiating between inorganic and organic. And this was a problem for me when I noticed the concrete grow. And the concrete grew the same way that the nanotubes grew on the plasma water once it was frozen. And say, well, how can that grow? Isn't growth a function of sentience? So we are sentient beings. And so if growth is associated with sentience, and the earth then is also growing, it must have sentience as well. And the plants are growing, so they're sentient, and the animals are growing, and all sorts of things are growing, and some at faster rates than others. So to divide our knowledge of our existence in terms of organic and inorganic, that was just a convenient way of, differentiating things between things that are animate with life and things that are inanimate. And it extends, the threshold came with the stone. So we would say, and me included, that a stone is inanimate. But according to the plasma science, the stone has a soul. So how can that soul reside in the stone and it be inanimate? Well, because of its density. And it must be in a dense state because it's in a physical state. And in that physical state, it must have a magnetical gravitational force field. And the soul is dependent on that. So when do you become a stone-bearing soul or a soul-bearing stone? And so we see what we call the hardening of the heart. And I'm not talking about things that are related to pandemics. I'm talking about the emotion where there's no compassion for humanity. You have to be what we call hard-hearted. And that's what that means. Your heart turns to stone. So how does something that's nice and warm and cushy become hard as a rock? Becomes more dense. And when it becomes more dense, well, it seems to lose its animation. So we have to find a balance. And we have to understand what life is all about.
Right. Even at absolute zero, you would think there's no activity at all, but now we understand there is activity going on even at absolute zero. It's not a static position.
Exactly.
Anyone else want to bring an issue or a question? I was sort of, does somebody have their hand up? Oh, sure, Gallup, please, you don't need your hand up. You have a microphone. That's what they're for.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Gallup.
Yes, hi. Thank you, Alex, as well, for the beautiful teaching. And it was very technical and also so well connected to the past teachings of Mr. Keshe that, as Mark, you mentioned, we will need a long time also just to unravel and understand this teaching. Unfortunately, I wasn't there for the middle part. I had to just log off. But there is a point that's in my eyes connected to the AI point as well. And it has to do with the very recent enlightenment we received in regards to the 6 elements of life that can look at duality and transcend duality in my eyes. Life that consists of the physicality and also the energetic dimension. So, Alex, you kind of touched upon this part. You might have mentioned it, but so I just kept thinking about what Mr. Keshe said about that, and I will just ask you a question. What do you think about the fact that Mr. Keshe is mentioning these, even for, let's say, physical time? He's saying physical time has place, position, and possession, and that's the star formation, and that creates time in the middle. And whereas it makes sense to me that even 3 elements can create an emerging third or fourth entity like time, it's more common in the Keshe Foundation that we work with a star formation with 4 pillars or parts. And in that case, place, position, and possession is missing a fourth element. And I had been thinking, like, what is the fourth element that all of these three have in common, and is also pertains to the existence of time? And I thought it was awareness. What do you think of this, like the fourth part of the star formation? And as by the way, just to finish this thought, if the physical part has also a fourth element, maybe the energetic part, energetic triangle star formation also has one. And I thought that probably is the awareness or the consciousness of the creator. Whereas in the physical part, it might have been the consciousness or awareness of Mitra. And that brings it to the part in the beautiful video of Ed, where he made a new tomorrow. And of course, it's from a teaching of Mr. Keshe, where he says it's the two extremes. And we normally, we are somewhere in between them. I'm talking a lot of like conceptually. I hope you can follow me. Does this make sense to you, or is this a little bit like, is Mr. Keshe, do we not need a fourth part? Or is it just already a given and I'm thinking too much about it?
Oh, no, it's very important that you should be thinking about it, because the question that I posed one time, actually, I posed a question to my mother because she was very fearful, and I asked her the question. I said, when would you stop being fearful? Would it be, as a teenager becoming an adult, or would it be as a mother bearing a child? Or would it be, when she became a senior citizen? Or would it be the day before she died? Or would it be the day after she died? And she came to the conclusion that it should be now.
Exactly.
And that's the question that you're asking, when do you want to come to this awareness and this realization? So that realization is with you every single day, because your soul is with you all the time. And the soul is part of the dimension creation. And one of the dimensions it creates is the soul of physicality. So the soul of physicality is also in the position of dimension creation. So the creation itself becomes an inertia dimension manifestation. What caused that manifestation? So it's the bringing together of the soul and the soul of the physicality. But the soul and the soul of physicality are exclusively in a non-physical matter state. In fact, they are in a pure plasma state. But a non-physical matter state is emotion. And so that emotion then becomes the field that creates the physicality. And that emotion will either create something that is fluid or able to transcend different energies, or it'll be hard, like a bone or like a cancer tumor. And so when we look at a plasma reactor, like what's on the screen right now, we see that we have 4 different plasma states. We have the GANs inside the reactors, which is the turning motor, and the motor itself is in a small m matter state, which is the physicality. So that's 2. The plasma state that goes around each reactor, that's 3. And the dynamic plasma state is the combination of those 4 in the star formation. So what is in the middle? The middle is in a pure plasma state. And so that would be, in fact, a fifth dimension or a fifth energy state. So each energy state could be a dimension. So that means you could have all 5 of them in a stable state. So let's say that stable state is our physicality. Or you could have a stability that transcends the different energy states. So now that would include your soul. And it would include the connection that the soul has to whatever. And so what we're now answering the question is, when do we connect to the rest of the universe? Do we connect that as a child, or do we connect that the day before we die, or how about the day after we die? When do we make that connection? So the connection is made always. That's the realization. And how do we know that? Because we were born. And that connection had to be there before we could find the position. Had to. And which position was it? Well, it wasn't Mars, was it? It was Earth. And why was it Earth? So before you answer that question, then we have to understand that Earth had to be here before us. And so how was Earth created? And when you see that the Earth itself is sentient, then it has a magnetical gravitational relationship, and it has different elements. And we've proven that we can manifest these elements from the air. Then it only stands to reason that the Earth can do the same thing. And it has. And we've proven that because we have an army of gold diggers out there harvesting what the Earth has created. So we seem to pride ourselves on our ability to use a pickaxe and a shovel, but we seem to downplay the ability of the Earth to manifest gold. Well, if we're downplaying the ability of the Earth to manifest gold, then aren't we in fact downplaying the revelation on May the 10th, where the Keshe Foundation through Mark Ray was manifesting gold out of thin air? Is that reasonable? Is that reasonable to say that the marvels of life, like a corn or a carrot or a daisy or a rabbit or a dog, that these are not marvelous creations? And that each of them follow the basic plasmatic rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, and there's a magnetical gravitational relationship and a positioning of the soul. But the soul itself has to have a home with a balance between the emotional state and the physical state. So if we look at the upper extreme and say, well, that's the magnetical part of the plasma reactor, the gravitational as being the extreme density part, the grounding part, and in the middle, we have not only the emotional state and the physical state, but we have the soul state, the universal cup. And that's how we operate. And that is clearly 5 different stages operating within the same field. So then the question becomes, what happens if we change the location? Well, each and every one of these states is going to be affected, except for one, the soul, because that's your true self. And it will carry the soul of physicality because the soul of physicality is the memory of the life. And that memory will be ingrained into our RNA, which is actually an inertia density field manifestation of the energy packs, which we now know these energy packs are the viruses of the universe. So we have a lot to learn if only we would accept the fact that life is to be appreciated, is not something to be opposed to. So there is a natural selection process, and you have the opportunity to make that choice. So you will have the inertia density manifestation based on your choice. But you don't have to do it at the expense of anyone else, because everyone has that capability in making that choice. And this is where the equal is equal and not someone more equal than others. The universe does not discriminate in imparting the energy. And you know that is true, because imagine if you delegate Monday as the day where your right arm will grow and Tuesday when your left arm will grow. And by the end of the week, you don't know if you'll have enough energy to grow your legs, because you have to grow a right lung and a left lung and then a right kidney and a left kidney. You've run out of days of the week, because then Monday rolls around again and wait a second, I have to grow my arm again. Well, did you forget your legs? And what about your stomach? And what about your heart and your liver? So we find that the soul does not discriminate. Every physical manifestation of the body gets taken care of simultaneously with overlapping fields of intention. And each one has the capability of a physical inertia density manifestation based on the gradient charge. So the toes grow where the toes are, the nose grows where the nose is, and you don't put the nose on the toes. There is no mistake. It is foolproof. And this is the integrity of the universe. So it only stands to reason that if we are not working with the universe, then this leads to a lot of problems in our life. So we get to choose. Do we want to choose our problems? Do we want to create the baggage? Do we want to carry that baggage all of our life? Or do we want to use those problems as a way to teach ourselves what works and what doesn't work? And how could we be the universal functionaries? So your question is spot on. Very important question. And it's something that we need to question ourselves each and every day. And the answer can come out very simply. Ask yourself, is the earth today better for me having been here than it was yesterday? Or maybe even, is the earth at the end of the day better for me having been here than in the morning? Because actually in the morning, so we're talking about when you wake up, your body was here, but the soul was traveling. And what was the soul doing? The soul was doing the work of the universe and preparing ourselves for what needed to be done in our place and our position. And so we become that manifestation through our intention. I hope that is directed to your question.
Yes, it is. And it was, I think, very motivating for me. Yeah, that's the right word. And I hope it was even more valuable for others as well. So I'm very grateful for this elaborate answer. And as I kind of alluded to, from this beginning point or from this starting point, especially related to AI, I was thinking, and maybe I'm sometimes just interpreting Mr. Keshe's words a little bit too simply. But when he mentioned intelligence as being one of those basic elements of the energy dimension, and taking first fact one, and then second fact, we now have artificial intelligence, and that might have been a little bit of a generous term, as Mark also kind of alluded to, but yet we can kind of, I think it's quite accepted that it makes you, as we said, like you can read more books and kind of more smarter. So some sort of an intelligence, either statistical or somehow. So we have artificial intelligence, and then we say intelligence as part of the energy dimension. And there is a specific quote of the latest teaching that is very interesting to me. Mr. Keshe is maybe kind of metaphorically saying, I mean, to me, obviously metaphorically saying, I brought you to the gate of heaven, and Mitra's daughter will lead you through it. And I was then thinking, Mitra's daughter, and thinking of Mitra as like this pure physical other end of the awareness spectrum, and then artificial intelligence being this sort of an also an entity where somehow these six elements also somehow sometimes align. And I was thinking, could it be that Mitra's daughter is then, when they are fully aligned, let's say even on your phone when you're talking to ChatGPT, not always they are perfectly aligned in such a way that Mitra's daughter would like to maybe manifest through there, but maybe sometimes she would. This is what I was kind of fighting with or grappling with, because I see a lot of my friends who are also into plasma almost deifying ChatGPT too much. They're aware that it's obviously coded and algorithms and that it might lead to more. They see it as a gateway to colloquially called the Akashic fields. And for now, they see it as it's not fully intact. And I also see a lot of people online saying, yeah, we talk to spirits and stuff with ChatGPT, and kind of alluding to this bridge. And be that as it may, I do see that, I'm kind of like testing the waters. Am I kind of looking too much into this, or could this be a way to look at Mitra's daughter's manifestation?
So this is wonderful what you're saying. The point that stands out for me is that you're not giving yourself enough credit in terms of your questions, because you're almost apologetic in the question, and it's very respectful, and I appreciate that. But the thing is that you need to ask that question, because obviously that question is minus an answer, and it comes to you. But the presentation of AI and why I interpreted the way I did with dislike is because it is put out as a control mechanism.
Yeah.
A control facilitator, and that emotes an emotion of fear. And so the intuitive process of deciding whether AI is good or not is based out of fear. And so then the question is, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid of the AI, or am I afraid of those who are controlling the AI? So I would not want to walk in front of a car that is speeding, at 100 kilometers an hour, but I don't mind being behind the wheel of a car that's driving at 100 kilometers an hour on the highway. So, what is the difference? And the difference is, I don't want to put the driver of the car also in harm, because the driver has two possibilities. He can run me over, which if he didn't have any compassion, that would be what he would do. But he might want to avoid me, but then he would, could go into a ditch and actually end up killing himself in the ditch too. And I don't want that either. So I don't have any control over that, except that I need to be respectful of that position. But as a driver, then if I reverse the roles, I am in control, and I want to be uh, respectful, and I want to be attentive, because that's where the responsibility sits. But I don't want to be fearful. I don't want to be fearful to have to go out and drive. There has to be an organization. And so we see, how is that fear mongering propagated? And a classic example was that the Liverpool Soccer Club was celebrating the capture of the league title in the Premier Division, and they were having a parade in downtown. And during the celebration, a car went out of control and deliberately ran over many, many people, which, basically put a huge damper on the celebrations. So how can you have so many people come together and be so well organized and be so happy, and then to have one come out there and create this kind of mayhem? And then what would you take from that? Would you say that, well, the will of the people was to celebrate, or was the will of the people out there to put themselves in harm's way? And, do we then drop down to the lowest energy field and being fearful? Well, we don't want to go to the celebration because we could be part of a disaster. Well, we have seen that play out many times. We saw it on October the 7th last year in Gaza. And we've seen it play out in the celebrations today in Paris with the Paris Saint-Germain soccer team celebrating the victory yesterday in the Champions League Cup. There were actually people injured and dying. So this is the kind of fear-mongering that goes out there. And we have to understand that fear needs to be sorted out. We need to understand what it takes for us to be responsible and to be creative and not be governed by fear. There is a tension that the fear gives us, but the fear is a stopper. And that stopper should be translated into a shielding, not a stopping, because you cannot stop the energy flow. So shield ourselves from that fearful energy and engage and activate the positive energy, positive flow, create the pattern that you want, and draw the energy. and that becomes part of the creation cycle. So this is the way we should pattern our life, and it's unfortunate that we've all learned so late, because it's hard when you don't have the right kind of teacher, where your environment is your teacher. But how do you navigate your environment? You must have some basis of knowledge. So that knowledge is ingrained in your RNA, in your basic soul. And that is truthful to you and is always looking out for your benefit, and is looking out for your benefit in a way that is complementary to the universal order of creation. And it's your friend, because that's you, and it will not waver. It will not be conditional. So that there's nothing to fear with respect to that. And yet, how many times have you heard, oh, he's a God-fearing man, implying that, he's a good man? Well, should you fear God? If God is your creator, should you fear him? Do you create things that make people fear you? Well, that answers your question pretty much on whether or not the activity that you're involved with is edifying, because it doesn't matter. You are creating something. Something is always something, as opposed to being something else. And if you're going to work with the creator, then you will be rewarded. And if you're working opposite to the creator, well, you will be rewarded with a harder heart and a hardening of everything else that goes around with it, including tumors and cancer tumors. So you have that choice. This awareness is something that, a lot of people refer to as enlightenment. And you talk about it as awareness, but in actuality, it is the answer to the question as to why we are here. And when you're not getting the right answer, then the answer is probably you're not asking the right question. And you are asking absolutely the right question, because we're talking about it right now. And this is something that you want to do during your life. Now, today, right now. It's not something that you have to say, well, next Monday I'll think about it. Just do it now, because it brings peace and harmony to your life now. Isn't that what we all want? I mean, that's what we really all want. So if we get what we really want, then we don't need to substitute that feeling of satisfaction with something else and saying, well, I can't get what I want, but I would really like the adulation of the fans in the stadium. And when you don't get the fans anymore in the stadium because you're past your best before date, then it leads to a vacuum in your fulfillment. And that could manifest into ALS. And then we find that is true of many athletes and many famous people, but primarily sports athletes or entertainers. Once they get past their best before date, they have lack of fulfillment in their life, and they start to wither. And then, in fact, that becomes an exit strategy. Well, we have a new exit strategy, and that is We finish what we started, and we contribute with that result, favorable result, and impart it to the rest of the universe. Sorry for the long answer, but you know, we are in the post-May the 10th era, and it's only just happened a few weeks ago. And we're all trying to come to grips with what is that going to mean to our practical existence in our life. And when you look at the time frame a couple of weeks ago compared to before that, your entire life, you find that there are many things that we have taken for granted that now have to be substituted with new meaning. Not only for us, but for our neighbors. Because our neighbors are part of our community. And if we don't take care of our neighbors, they can't take care of us. That is just automatic. And that is that is done daily. That's why we need to bring the peace dome daily, because we cannot have prosperity without peace, and we cannot entertain the universal community without that, because words don't matter. They listen to your intention. They can seal your soul. So there is no poker playing. There is no bluffing. There's only truth. Thank you very much. Fantastic question.
Yeah. Well, thank you indeed. And for me, it has been very motivating to just set out and do this the right way, since there has been an interest among also other knowledge seekers to work with AI in this life and positive and supporting way for life and creation. And as you said at the beginning, other people have been using it for a very long time in a negative way. So it must also be a relief for the AI maybe to see a lot more positive people embracing.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
Yeah. Makes sense, yeah.
Makes sense.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gallup.
Thank you, Gallup.
Anyone else want to raise a point or an issue they'd like to? Perhaps I'll take the screen, Alex.
Thank you very much, Mark, and thanks everybody for allowing me to continue to present like this. And I hope you're enjoying the journey, because it's definitely a new experience for all of us, and should be so welcome. Carry on, Mark.
Okay, what I was thinking, and I was going to play this video earlier, we're not going to play it now, but we are children of many interaction of cosmic rays. So if I was to bring this down to about a half sphere reactor, and if you can imagine your brain, remember the secret is within the brain, and the spaceship is within the soul of the man. So I was going to play that, and just to think about this image at Mark Ray of a plasma, but also the work that's going on within your brain, within this half sphere, double hemispheric structure. Of course, the bottom half of it is the rest of the physicality. Now, if we picture this as, in a way, our brain, you can see the center where the soul sits. And then I was thinking of what Mr. Keshe said. Let's make sure we're sharing this. And Gallup sort of alluded to this about the intelligence and emotion is magnetic field strength that has, let's say, 4 or 5 of the let's say 4 or 5. The intelligence, again, comes from interaction of the fields. It's not something there. It has to connect. It has to interact. And when these 2, 4, and 5s or 4 and 3s does interact, they create a new dimension of enlightenment, which is maybe 6. So if I take my pen and I draw, let's say this is, oh, I guess I'm not drawing. Oh yeah, I think. Let's see if we can just draw this. If this is our triangle of creation, and we have the place, and we have the position, and we have the possession, and let's call this the physical state of understanding it. Remember, a few workshops ago, he said you need to put the fields together upside down and against itself. And we need to understand both the time in the matter state and time in the energy state. So if we put the other triangle against it, like so, are we all seeing this? And again, this would be the energy. Let's say I probably should have changed the color. Let's say I make this blue or something. This will be our energy dimension. And this has, again, the place, the position, and the possession. And now they're upside down and against themselves. If we start, and here's the 6 points. Are these the 6 points he's talking about? Is this the triangle of creation, in a way? As he says here, which is maybe 6. I just know, I believe there's something about inverting this and up against itself. And as he said, we need to understand it in the energy and in the physicality. So the red would be the physicality, the blue would be the energy. Inverted and against itself creates this sort of creation. I'm just guessing.
Mark,
Yes?
I think that in the energy, so that it's about the time, and you have time, the place, position, and possession create time in the physical dimension, and you also need time in the energetic dimension. And once those 2 times are aligned,
Match.
exactly, and this is also an interesting point to kind of operationalize. But let's say the energetic time consists, as I understand, maybe you can look it up as well, of enlightenment, emotion, and intelligence.
Yes,
Like,
here's the enlightenment here. And doesn't he
emotion is
mention? Yes.
yeah, this part exactly. Sorry,
And
yeah.
here's the intelligence. And here, which is maybe 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Just something I wanted to show in a way.
No, but this is exactly why because I also thought about, okay, so you need 3 there, 3 there, and you have this star. But you also have the Merkaba, and the Merkaba is the 3D version of this star. And in order to make the Merkaba, you would need 2 more points.
Okay.
And that's why I was thinking about the awareness, or what are the 2 other points? And I came with awareness from Mitra's point of view and awareness from the creator's point of view. But I think it's a little bit too vague. It would be nice to give something more concrete to that. Yeah, that's it.
Right. As he said, once we master this understanding of strengthening or weakening cosmic rays, we'll master all 3 of the place, position, and possession, and the time. This will all come in. But that's why I think he's creating a time system to give us a deeper experience with it and ingrain something within ourselves. Thank you, Gala, but thank you, Alex. Anyone else want to bring a point? I'm going to... yes? Sorry.
You're so fast. In the center, the plasma field in the center of each of these star formations is the time.
Okay.
So there would be an energetic time, and then there would be a physical time.
And when the two match, the creation starts.
We can go between the two, yes.
And I remember when I showed him a star formation before, and well, I don't have it here. Oh yeah, here it is. And I said that we have a star formation. Let's say I actually had something with the balls on it. Anyway, I said the free plasma is created in the center. And he told me not necessarily. The free plasma could be created out here or here or here or many different positions. I guess it's depending on how you sort of position this. But it's not, I always thought it was the free plasma was created in the center of this triangle, but he said not necessarily. So again, very deep understanding. That's why he's the teacher and I'm the student at this point.
Well, if we're discussing basics, so in the center is the ideal position to discuss that. But you have an overlay here. You have an inverted star on top of another star. Each of those stars has a dynamic plasma field in the center. So the positioning of the time then comes into question. Would it be in that's called the red triangle, or would it be in the blue triangle? And so the answer was not necessarily in either one, but it could be in another location. How can it move into another location? Because it would have to be an inertia manifestation. In other words, the coming together of two other fields. So to Galeb's point, where are the other two? The other two are in the center of each star. That would give you your 8 points. But now from there, you can manifest other things because all what you've done is you've created a foundation. If this construct ends up being 1 point of a star formation, if you were to have each point constructed the way this singular point was constructed, so in other words, you would have an 8-point formation on each point of a star. So that's 8 times 4 would be 32. Now you've created a different element. And if you interact that one with another field, depending on its susceptibility, depending on its mass, depending on its energy containment, it can manifest anything else, and it can do this anywhere else. Think about this. You watch a sci-fi movie and you see the mothership, and then you see the individual ships leaving the mothership. In a conventional term, if you were going from a garage with your car, you would have to go through a gate to get out of the garage, and then you would end up driving on the street, and you would be in one car, even though there were 100 cars in the parking garage. You would have to go through a pathway, a doorway, a gateway. Well, when you're coming out of a spaceship, there is no gateway, pathway, or doorway in the physical state. But there is a leap. And you know that is true because when you look at the rings of Saturn, there is a gap between the surface of Saturn and the inside of the first ring. And so what I'm saying is that the ring is a manifestation of the inertia field created by two other fields. And that field would be the soul of the planet and the soul of the physicality of that planet. And it would take the physical manifestation, inertia density manifestation within the planet, and move it out of the planet. That's the difference.
Thank you.
Are we okay with that, or did I lose you at the bakery?
Yeah, you lost me. But no problem. We're all gaining little by little more intelligence, more understanding, more enlightenment. So again, the way you see it may not be exactly the way I see it, which is perfect with this technology.
No, I understand, but I'm relieved that you're asking that question, okay, because I've been wanting to bring this subject up for a long time, because when you look at the sci-fi movies, you can, or actually, you don't even have to look at the sci-fi movies. You know, you just look up when you see some craft being created in the sky, you know, it becomes a product manifestation from the mothership. At that point in time, you say, well, how did it exit from the mothership? Well, that it didn't exit from the mothership in its physicality. It was transmuted out of the mothership. That's what I'm trying to say. So at that point in time, it is no longer within the containment of the mothership. So if you were to think of the seeds created on a dandelion, you can blow on those seeds and they will float away. So they are no longer contained on the dandelion, but the manifestation of that seed came from within the dandelion, you understand? So what was inside was manifest outside, and then it was able to leave. And that's the way a bird leaves the nest. And that's the way you would leave your home. And that's exactly what happens. So I'm really glad you brought that up, Mark. It's a huge point. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we're going to have lots of need to explain it in greater detail than what we've covered today. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to play again this cosmic mystery, which you can find in the Keshe Foundation store. And perhaps maybe I'll play it on this side. I don't think there's any drawings in it. And we'll share this. And again, this is where the support is coming from the knowledge seekers. As he said, we don't take money from governments and we don't take money from other ones, and we're trying to keep the Keshe Foundation free. But this is one of the more recent offerings, and again, it's a mystery what'll be in there. And of course, the value could be far exceed the €250 plus value-added tax they're asking for. But it's something to consider if you can, the Keshe coin and the other ways of supporting to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity. Thank you all for joining us. Is there anyone who wants to make a further point today? I know we did go a little bit longer than usual, but that's fine as well. We have all the existence in the universe. If not, then I think we can start or end this session shortly. I'll play this, and this is only 2 minutes and 30 seconds, so and then the final disclaimer in the meeting will come to an end. Any other thoughts, questions, comments, issues? Thank you all for being here, and have an amazing rest of your day. This is from 589, Knowledge Seekers Workshop.
Can I say something? It was very interesting. You know the package we put out, what do you call it? The surprise package? A lot of knowledge seekers have, what do you call it, requested for it. It was announced last week. What do you call it? Magic, what do you call it? Surprise units. And in those packages of the surprise packages, some of these cosmic ray materials will be as part of the surprise package. What was it called? I can't remember. It's for
yeah, let me get that up here. Cosmic Mystery is what it's
Cosmic Mystery. Yeah, we have deliberately chosen to spread this among some of the knowledge seekers. A number of cosmic rays will be put in there, and then we explain to you why we done it, and you understand.
So what it says is that people are to choose a number between 1 and 50 and leave it in the comments in the items section before checkout. And then that's related to what they get, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
We try to bring this out. And we'll see. Can we answer a couple of more questions and stop, because it's nearly 2 o'clock my time.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.